What is this? Well, howdy doody, neighbouring. I'm sure everyone's just waiting, bated breath, for me to come back. That's like info. When you come back? When you come back? I'm like, oh, dude, it's just no one can even hear me. I don't know if I've been. This is just.
Although I think the microphone of the PS5 drop isn't that bad, because I was looking back at some of my videos of me. Because it makes sense, like, literally, if you're playing the game, you'll probably always have the joypad in your hand, so it does sound better with this. I know it's not as best. I could still have it even better if I had a fucking massive mic, but I don't even know how you can get those. They're not really. I don't know. They designed most people who play games with a headset. You could just get a better quality headset. Although I'm sure this is fine. I generally don't seem to have any problem with hearing it. So yeah, this is it. We're just in the home straight. We're in. Oh god, because Friday's. I can't believe how quick it's gone. I get paid soon. I actually can't remember which day it is I get paid. I could probably look it up. It's just been ages because like, they paid us so early, and for some reason, because they could have easily just paid us on the 24th because like we still worked on that day because it was Thursday, but for some reason they gave us the payment. So it's like it always is that they always say like the first month after Christmas is always the biggest ball ache in terms of waiting to get paid. And then it's not so bad because um, in February there's like less days. So going into March is like it's quite good because then you can just sort of what is it? 28 days? It's just weird, isn't it? How they do it. think could they not even it out any other way so they could just give February just like a bit more time? But they're like, no. February has to have 20, 28, and it's like nothing else even has. So this is what I don't mean. Nothing else has 29. So I'm like, why couldn't you just give one of the fucking days of one of the other months to fucking February just to make it also be 30? It just does. I don't know. There's obviously some super amazing reason that they needed to make February have 28 days when they couldn't just take, I don't know. How about they just take the 31st of March and make that into the 30th of, sorry, the 29th of February, for God's sake. And then they could take another day and then make it the 30th. And then, like, every other year, it would just be, like, so much. I don't understand. I just don't understand. See what I mean? It'd be some bullshit reason as well. They'd be like, well, actually, input, if you go back, I said, I'd kiss my dick and balls back in time. This isn't back in time anymore. We're not in back in time days, are we? We're not in that. I couldn't give a fuck if Julius Caesar decreed he wants February to have that many days. Julius Caesar's been dead for a very long time now. He shouldn't have so many influence anymore, okay? Just get over it. He's dead. He's gone. We have new people now. New talents in the business. We don't want to just get off. Oh, it's weird actually. Like, okay, because I was just gonna say I'm gonna do. Katyklism dropped another bomb video yesterday, and I was like, oh, this is just too much fun. Because I'll be honest, the podcast was making me fall asleep, and I know why. I think like when she does interviews, she knows how to mask. She knows like how to act. She's displaying like demand characteristics. So she's doing like what a lot of people do when you go to work. Well, the person you are when you're at work is not the same. So it's like when she's able to just sit in front of a webcam, she's in her room and she's obviously very comfortable. It'd be a bit like me. I don't act like this at work, obviously. But that's the closest way I can basically say it. I think a lot of people with like ADHD and their autism, you learn that. Because like when you're a kid, for example, like, I like to stim sometimes. But I know that if I was a kid and I was like sat in there and I'd just be like doing this, like my friend would just look at me and say, what the fuck are you doing, you fucking idiot? And then you just learn as a kid to not do that. Even though you really want to, just sometimes to do this and just go like that. You don't, because you're like your neurodivergent friends just tell you, your typical friends will tell you to like stop doing it. And then you also know like, I don't know, just don't ask like fucking weird questions, which might be really funny to you, but no one else is gonna find them funny. Which is like basically all the stream. A lot of people just watch the stream and they just won't understand it. They just don't get it. They'll just feel like most of the shit I'm laughing at is just me making stupid non sequitur noises or doing my own like non sequitur weird conversations. I have my own arguments for myself, which I mean, in theory, I am just talking to myself. That's the other thing, isn't it? So you do streams. It's like I bet there's like quite a large vacuum of people who just don't even bother. What's the point? They're just thinking, I'm not going to turn on until someone comes on. There's no point in me doing anything. But that's not how you do it, man. That's not how we do things in the Big Input Show. I'm going to be here and I'm going to put the show on, even if like there's no one listening. But there could be like one person who's like my mega fan who listens to this. They might just be like, this is goldmine. They don't want to share it with anyone. They're just enamored that they've got like me to themselves, and it's just a show, and I'll just talk about God knows what, some fucking British girl talking about porn. I mean, she kind of isn't directly talking about porn this time, but it kind of still is because she's talking about like Pearl, when it's like, well, it's all like she's part of like the Red Pill, the Manosphere. So for those who didn't know, she just went on some shitty, stupid. I don't know who would have gone to see it, like, and also who's watching two women debate. Like, it never happened in history. You never ever had it up until like the 1980s. There's just never been like any famous female debaters or like philosophers, and it's just like now, like people are like now women just as smart. Make them open it up, and then they do, and it's just like a bunch of emotion and shit. And it's like men just listen to it, and we're like, no, we can't. Just because I don't want to do this, man. So who's listening to this? We just know that there's like no men are really listening to like these women. It might be like Jewish men or like, it's like really low T like white guys or the gay LGBTQ. But no one like me would actually like listening to Katie like, unless they're just gonna do like rag on her. Because again, I'm watching her completely just out of like she's a case study for me. This is just she's the kind of person I'll be teaching my kids about and stuff, like making sure my two boys don't go ever meet anyone like this. I'll just be, if you ever see a woman like Katie, just I'm gonna say like the tats, pierce. It might look tempting. You might think, oh, she'll be like really good in bed, and she probably. Well, it depends what you are. I wouldn't think she is, but I know that people like to do really kinky shit. So if that's your cup of tea, that's fine. I don't really care that much about that. So for me, I don't find that sort of stuff really. That's not really what turns me on. But I'm just saying, if you do that, she'll just probably be one of these psycho exes or psycho girlfriends who's just gonna like friend her, like probably like I probably can't say make herself hurt herself, or just has all these like big bipolar disorders and it's just all these like medications and just probably talks about exes all the time and she'll just always like personify problems that exes have done onto you even if you've done nothing wrong. So you're just gonna basically just take on the debt from all the trauma she's had from all of her bad decisions in the past because it's not her fault. So she's just gonna believe it's like men's fault. It's just all everything's happened to her is men's fault. It's not like she had like a dad who was probably like close in her life and was like guiding her into how to pick a good mate and actually like picking a good boy that he knew was like on her like her wave on her looks match. Instead of where you just have like women now where it's just like the mums would just be like, go to college, Katie, go get your bag queen, be the best place for you to go, and they just end up being like horrendously in debt. And then like they come out of uni and they just look literally Katie within like the first semester because they've just probably like gone to freshers fair and then they've been like brainwashed by the music to like childish Gambino and stuff that all these like black people are just like really cool and we need to just give them a chance. So then like she will like probably drink too much and then like the white guys will be like, well, we know actually that we shouldn't really mess with girls when they've had too much to drink, but the black guys won't because they'll be opportunists, so they'll be like, oh, don't worry, we'll look after Katie, and then that's probably where like the bad stuff happens, and then she wakes up and she's either like, I'm not gonna say it's black people because I don't want to sound racist, so I'm just gonna say it was a man who did it, and that's what they do. They just say, oh, it's a man, and if you ever ask them what race it is, they just either they won't tell you, which is usually a sign, or they just lie. So you'll be like, well, how will you know then? But that's the thing with women, you just can't. So we just can't give them the possibility to do it because they just lie. They all just lie. So many times, like I watch Katie talk about something really like serious, and she's got a massive grin on her face, and it's just you can tell like she's just trying to like go to reaction. She just wants to. This is what women like to do. They're just like little kids. They are like literally little kids and like adult bodies. They just want like when you know when like I always like when I see like my kid who's he's very young, but when he wants attention and stuff, he just is naughty, and I know. Because every time I tell him off, he's got a massive grin on his face. It's just like this is what it's like with Katie as well. She knows that she can say something really inflammatory because it's winding up the people, the men that she wants she wants to get attention from. And then she's like secretly she's conflicted because she actually likes the guys that she doesn't want attention because that's what women do. They actually usually do really the men that they can't stop talking about and the ones they really don't like. They're the ones that they actually secretly really do want to bang. This is why like women go back to like assholes and date really stupid, like deplorable dudes or like criminals and things because they don't love that. They do love the danger side. That's the whole point. This is how they've been. This is how they should have been. This is how they've been evolved to survive. It's like back in the caveman times, we were living in caves. The cave women would just want to mate with like the top alpha male, so that'd be the most violent. It'd be like the cavemen going around like smashing up all, like killing all the other cavemen, and like who's much stronger and bigger. It's not going to be some pussy who's just like a nice guy. They want masculine men. They want angry men who yell and bang and smash stuff. They say they don't want that, and they say they're scared of it, but they're not. They love it. The women fucking love it. I had like all these. I've had a couple of exes where they've just been so obsessed with just like me like slapping their ass really hard. And I don't like doing it, but they love it. They just absolutely love it. It's like they just like there's something like innate in them. They just want to like be slapped around. What's that meme where you see like the man's dream and it's like the man's just like surrounded by like, these women. He's like, I'm gonna take care and love you all, and it's like the woman's dream. It's just the woman just being choked. Oh, the daddy, and it's like that's so true, because that's what would happen back in caveman days. The man would like, say the alpha male like caveman would have gone around clubbing and beating the fuck out of all the other male cave, like, and then making them run out of like the village or wherever the fuck they live, or they just like know that they're like the betas, and then like he would go into the big cave and he would have like all the big fire there and stuff, and then all of the women, yeah, they would probably just end up being like their concubine. And this is just like what we're learning now is just like you would have like the alpha male dude, and he probably would just live in his like cave, and he would have probably like 4 or 5 women who are sharing him because they know he's the strongest dude and he can protect them. So there's like a fucking like I don't actually think these animals existed. I'm just being like I know saber-tooth tigers didn't exist, so like, but I actually don't know because I can't remember this one of them that actually wasn't prehistoric. And I think that's why people got really angry with like Ice Age, because they're like prehistoric tigers. Sorry, saber-toothed tigers actually weren't prehistoric. They actually were like, I think around the time mammoths were around, and that's the other thing as well, because mammoths aren't actually in the Ice Age. You know, mammoths existed when humans like were around. Like we used to hunt them, and like I went to a cave in Dordogne, in France. There's loads of these caves, and they're like, I got it's either 10 to 30,000 years old. But like the real cave drawings, these are like absolute like the most basic, yeah. And it was just this is literally what you saw. It was like they had the caves, and like sometimes like a bear would come in there. Um, a fucking man had to be like ready to be able to like actually pick up a spear or something, or like have a torch, and just get ready to like, try and scare this bear out. You know what the woman did? The woman, it was pictured like with the kids, like protecting the kids, because that's exactly what the kids are meant to do. The man, he's there with the pike, and he's like ready to die. Like, there's a good chance that he will probably get maimed. He might not die, but even if he gets maimed, he might die from infection because like he doesn't know like. But he's gonna do that because this is what you have to do. Well, the mom, she's gonna hopefully like just try and like even if like he dies, she can like run off and then try and like still raise the kids, and that's the point. And exactly like what we're doing like now in modern history. It's just basically imagine you've taken the caveman. You haven't really advanced them that much. Maybe like a little bit in brain development, evolutionary wise, probably not a massive deal. We probably like in terms of just like our skin complexions and stuff. That's probably more to do with diet than anything. I mean, just like breeding over time. Um, and then you just like put us into modern society where we're civilized and trying to do things in a civilized manner because that's how you want things to be. But actually, ultimately, again, your brain is still like wired to just be still thinking about that kind of caveman days of just the guy's going to go out there and like fix stuff and work and bring back the money, and then there's going to be some kind of like female figure who's going to be raising your family. But feminism got in the way, and they just decided to make women just go out there and just do whatever the fuck they want. And all they've done is they just realize they just go to university, end up just being SA'd, which is just it's just crazy when you think about it. It's just like all you gotta do is just go to university and just not you just don't even have sex. You really just don't have to have sex. If the women can't do it, they just all seem to just go to university and they all come out and they all just seem to have like massive grievances, and they've all been SA'd or they've all been like abused, traumatized in some way. And then they hate all of like the white counterparts of their country. They love like any other demographic. They just hate white people. They've just been it's been brainwashed by white guilt. We're the only race that seems to feel it because they probably have a higher IQ, so we're able to do it. All the other races can't. So they just have been feeding us with all this white guilt shit. And it's like we shouldn't. We should be so sick. Our ancestry is so badass. We just like we beat everyone. We've got it like right down. So like we're one of the oldest. Even if you want to say fucking India, because that's not even true. Because India's actually quite a recent country. All the shitty like tribes they used to be fine, but I'm talking like even if like people get no, Sam, the Hindu religion's been around for fucking maybe the Hindu religion, but like the actual country of India has been. Um, yeah, Chinese has been around for a fucking long time. But yeah, obviously the ancient Romans and the ancient Egyptians, and they weren't black. I'm afraid to say. I know people go there, they're not. So you've been doing all of that, and then meanwhile, they've just been fed propaganda. So it's like every single minority group has just been given like propaganda that essentially just goes down to just hate the white person. They will live in his country, but just hate the white person, just hate them because the reason you have to live in their country is, or the reason your country's shit is because of what they've done. It's not that they just like try to illustriously just pull themselves up, and they're the only like place to have done so. It's just they've stolen all your gems, and for some weird reason, even though we've stolen all your gems, and we would want to like if we did that and we wanted to make you an enemy, why would we let you live in the country? So just think about that. But for whatever reason, they don't care. They just think like we're too stupid to like have done that, and they're like some undercover like agent of the state, and they're allowed to like now infiltrate. And I feel like a lot of these like immigrants feel like that. They just feel completely embarrassed that they know that they look around and everything that they're seeing, all this beautiful infrastructure of the train stations and all this like all the technology and all the buildings, everything, all the like, electricity. It's something that people just have not been able to do. And it angers them so much. They're so annoyed by it. So they just go around, like you say, with this massive chip on their shoulder, and just go around breaking shit because they're just annoyed that they don't have it, or they're convinced that whatever it is just either owed to them in reparations, or it's just like, why do we have to live in it? Like, why do we have to live with people who just hate us? I just don't get that. I don't even care. Like, whatever your answer is, I don't care. People just fed up now. We don't care. We just don't even care. Or we bomb their country. We don't care. I don't care. No one cares. America should have just, you know what America should have done? It should have just, America should just turned everything on its, should have just turned into like Germany. Because they were the only country which had the nuclear weapons after World War II. They should have just literally have just pushed on and just made every other country in the world, and then they could just turn the world into America land. And then it would have just almost solved the issue. Just take over. They could have just threatened, like, just bombed the whole world. Because who could have done anything at that point? Or the whole country, the whole world would have been so depleted at that point, because they were. Um, America could just keep still making the nukes. And every country would have probably just had to surrender because they would have just seen what was happening in like Hiroshima. So even if they just managed to fly and drop one over like Russia or something like that, they eventually would just giving up because they just know again like it would have just been too much power. Nothing at that time could have ever have done it. And there was just nothing that powerful. Like yeah, you could do airstrikes but even that would have been difficult because you would have like a Russian assault. I don't think planes could fly that far back then. So it would have been really difficult for like Russia to try and fly over because aircraft carriers were like not. I don't even think aircraft carriers really existed back then. I think they did, but I'm just saying like it would have been very very difficult to have done because like America was basically just not really. I know that the people did die. I'm not going to say that, but they didn't have any home invasions. They didn't get like attacked in the front, and at that time they could have just kept manufacturing, and just like because they had the nuclear weapon, they could have just so easily just used that to but they didn't. And I just there's a part of me which is like annoyed about it. I was trying to explain that to like someone, and they just couldn't understand. Why would they have done that though? And I was like, well, because look at the fucking state of the planet today. Look where the planet got to by the time like I know I existed in like the 90s. We almost died because we fucking let the Russians then make their own nuke, and China's got their own nuke, and by that point you fucked it. It's just like now you can't do anything. You got no chip now. And it wasn't even like they learned how to do that really quick as well. I think America had the nuke for about a decade almost, so like yeah, before like Russia I think was able to do it. Could just forced every single country to just yeah just. But then if you say that, there's people just get really angry about it. They don't understand it. But like, why they're like, why would they do that though? And I'm like, because like that's what you want to do with the world, right? You want to unify the world. In a way, there is sort of a pro and con about there being a one nation takeover, and that is, well, if it actually they do it, and everyone does become like one nation, you'd hope that's how you want it to be. But I don't know. I don't know if like that can ever happen because it's just humans just need and it seems I don't know they just need to have a reason just to attack and hate things maybe. Right, anyway, it's called the most cringe debate on the internet. So fine, I'm not no sense of irony, but whatever. Katie doesn't think she's cringe. She probably thinks she's the coolest thing in the world. She's like checking out her likes and she's like, yeah, I've got so many good fans here. I'm not gonna ask who these people are. I'm not gonna think who they are. Even if you look at the demographics, they're probably not even true because people just lie. So it just doesn't matter, in my opinion. I just think it's just like some big number of people have just followed you, and it's just who cares? It's like they could just be anyone. They could literally be. And I'm just saying to you, it's like you have the ability to say, but input. They could be mental geniuses, but if I can say, well, but they could just be inbred Indian people, I have just as much right of saying that. So that's what I'm saying. So until we can know, which we can't, I will just always assume the worst because it usually will be. It's just my theory does very much stand that I just don't think the people who are like this is why like China's social score has pros and cons because I feel like if you have a high social standing in society, you probably won't mind being on it because you just feel like you're going to get rewarded and you can probably like learn how to deal with it. It's just people who like know they'll be really low on it, like hey, and like all these liberal women because they know that all of the way they feel just like it's very like it's what would be deemed as like not being very patriotic. So they just probably get a really low score because they just be like oh, you just seem to be like some self-hating. You seem to just hate like your own country and your like she probably has no pride. I bet you if you asked her if she was like proud about like anything, and like her great grandfather probably maybe did even fight in World War Two. If she is a full Brit, and it's just like I wonder if she has any pride with that. She probably won't. She'll probably say like it was is racist or he was like he was a covert narcissist or something. Um, and she'll be like really really disgusted by like the British Empire and like, the Commonwealth, and she'll be like, really disgusted about like all the stuff we did in India, and she'll be really horrified by yeah just any kind of anything that you can just mention, just sort of like especially like white people. So like, also like America, of, like all the killing of all the cannibalistic native Indians. So that's all disgusting as fact. She'll really hate all that. She'll love like any brown story. Like if there's any like brown person who comes from like any like place, she'll love that. She'll just it doesn't matter like what it is. She'll just like that'll just be so much more impactful for her than like whatever amazing stuff her actual ancestors have done. But that's it. It's just I just don't really think the people who are going to be liking her stuff, if we could give it like a social score, if we just aggregate all of the like people who do it, you probably get like a quite low. This is probably what like I I do and I don't like it. I would probably just do it more on a basis of there'd just be like more of a mediator. There'd be like a community of like probably straight white men who are just going to be very, very, if I'm going to be honest with you, because they're not going to play games and probably not be bribed, probably less likely to be like emotional and just like play favoritism. And they'll watch this content and they'll give it like a score or something. They'll just deeming this to just be like misandrist propaganda probably. There'll be all these like little tags on this. It'll just say if you watch this, there'll be all these like um things you've got to click to accept that you accept that this is just going to be like liberal woman propaganda. So it's probably just going to be like super anti white male. It's going to be very anti patriarchy. It's going to be very it's going to be very very anything to do with like men being seen as victims or having any hardships in life. She'll just like she won't talk about those or won't honor them. She'll see them as being probably fake. But when anything comes up with women, it will automatically be. She'll just feel really sad about it and starts like using like feelings and things. She'll start to feel a lot of things and um, yeah. It's called the most cringe debate on the internet, and it's got Pearl Davis with some Anna woman, and they were just arguing, and Pearl just choked and just looked like an idiot. But again, everyone here's women, so I don't really know who. I'm probably the loser in this, really. What I'm talking about. I'm watching a woman review two women, so I am the biggest loser, really. But I can admit that. That's the thing. I don't mind. I really don't care. All right, I think I didn't even watch this, did I?
As far as the chaos we find ourselves in these days, it's difficult to say which side will pull the trigger first. Arusia deployed an automatic intercept system with drones. Osea implemented long-range attacks to bypass them. So Arusia decided to sabotage Osea's communications and navigation technology. Arusia couldn't launch the satellite themselves. They were still able to hack the software of the Osea transmission.
Yeah, I think I had to do shit.
On women. It's always recently she's done relating to modern just pearly things, or Pearl is an American YouTuber and political commentator, a self-described anti-feminist.
It's crazy actually just how much women drop off, I think, because I'm looking at like these old videos of Pearl, and I think that I remember this is when I sort of knew of her, and I was like, she doesn't look too bad, but it's just like now I think she is getting into like her late 20s now. It's just God, it just really shows that just like really women just drop off, and it is true. Um, it was actually really funny because like there was some woman. I think she's just like some Irish woman, but like I do like some Irish women because they are just you get like the old Irish woman who just is. You can tell like they've had probably like quite a rough upbringing with like their drunk dad and probably like a drunk brother, like and because they just you get these sometimes this breed of Irish woman is just you can tell she's just not doesn't isn't afraid to say shit. I mean they are very masculine, so that's the only thing I'd say. Like I don't know if I'd ever want to be with one because so masculine. Like I don't know if I want like a girlfriend who's gonna like beat me up. Um, but like she's just quite openly like a proud a white nationalist. So I don't even like that you're saying that. I just think like there's nothing wrong with being proud to be white, but she's just using it as a bit more of a shtick on her like her ex account. Yeah, what am I even doing? What? Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. You will protect the officer. Who's the officer? The count. Fine. Yeah, and she basically I don't even know I don't even know what the gripe was, but she just seemed to have been also going off the Brittany Venney because I think like this is what these women do sometimes, and I just think like a lot of people it's just tough because I think that's why she fell in my radar a little bit because women just aren't like, really have the same rules as blokes. It was like even when uh it's like okay, we've got her, and she's like, oh, she's like a pick me as well now. But her pick me is different because instead of her being super, I love men and I'm here to support the men. She's now like, I'm. Well, she's not even really like openly racist because she's half black. So this is where the other things are just like, okay, so what are you then? Um, But anyway, she like posted this picture of her, and I think I'd seen it before, but actually, this again, I didn't because I didn't know who she was. I only literally knew who this Brittany Venney girl was, in the last month or so. I think I can't remember what it was that got on my attention. It was something that just got my. It might have just been the fact that she was being a bit more. She was attacking women. So for me, I always found it really interesting because they've got, you, if that's going to happen, I just think you're going to have to be like really. I just try to think like who your audience is going to have to be, because especially because like the thing is like her big thing is just um she basically rips on women because they have Sims, but she does as well. If I usually go on her like if I say something on her thing, a lot of times I'll get like some just random like bloke who'll just attack me, and I'm like, "Are you her boyfriend or something?" Like that. They'll be like, "No," and I'm like, "So why are you just defend? Why are you just? I didn't ask you. I'm not asking you a question. Like, if she's not like, why is she so powerful that she can't talk to me? I'm a person as well. Like, I don't need you to answer for me. That's just the most lame thing. If you're just someone who does that, you've got problems, man. You probably are like Indian or black. Because that's just like the sort of thing they do. They like worship gods. If I go on X and I'm asking like someone's writing a post and I write a question back at them, I don't expect someone to answer for her. See what I'm saying? I just don't know why people feel like that's appropriate to do. It happens so much. We'll just get someone go like literally answer like they know them. I'm like, sorry, do you know them? How do you know that they're going to say that? Oh, it just seems like they're not going to talk to you. Why would they have the time to talk to you? Like, okay, what are you talking about? He's like, are people all disabled or? Yeah, but not the celebrities. It's like, she's not really, I don't really think calling a celebrity is probably fair. I give them way too much credit. She's only got 200,000. I don't think a lot of people know who she is. Like, for example, I don't think I don't know anyone who knows Tectone. I always throw that name out. People are like, who the fuck's Tech? Like that? Who's Tectone? And he's like got 1 million subscribers, but that's only because again he's like mostly Indian. But that's what I just think most of subscribers are. I honestly think that meme of the iceberg. That's like most people's subscribers. They have like a tiny bit on top, which would be the white people, and they're the ones who do give credit. So they'll be the ones who do like actually give like super chats and are subscribing to the Patreon. And the majority of it's just going to be like these uh, poor third world Indians who are just going to probably use VPNs and ad blocker as well. So you're just going to get like nothing. You'll be like, why is my ad revenue, CSV, my clicks per minute so shit? And it's because of that. It's because all your fans are low quality fans. And that's what we'll start learning. You'll start learning there'll be people's accounts on like social media. And they probably already know this. They probably are starting to already realize that. Like I say to you, I don't use ad blocker. And I actually do give, like I even gave someone a super chat this morning. So they'll know. There'll be somewhere on the system where they'll think like my account's probably like higher up than like probably 80% of accounts, which are just never ever ever gonna give any money because they just probably don't even have a bank card to do it. And they use ad blocker, which I'm sure they'll still be able to work that out somehow because they'll be able to like I don't know. I think you can because you can just tell by like cookie information, and they'll be able to tell if like that particular account has received certain cash in. They will be able to do it. And they're just starting to know that. They're starting to realize that there's a different type of people. It's like how you have whales at a casino. It's the same with on our social media. You have like good, it might be better in the future to just have 10,000 really loyal fans than a million people who just. Because the other bad thing as well is when you have a really big account, it just becomes impossible to even engage in them because your chat will just go so quick. When you see anyone who's got these like huge, like, if you go on iShowSpeed's account, just forget about it. You just absolutely forget about it. You might be able to see, but this is what the black people don't mind because they just will still keep yelling into the void because for them they see it's all like part of like their spiritual power by them doing that, and that's how they believe.
And is primarily known for her cultural and political commentary relating to modern relations, dating and marriage. I like to call her Pick Me Pearl because of her opinions, which you will get on to see why I like to call her that. But recently she's done yet another debate. She was up against somebody called Anna Kasperi.
Yeah, so it was just shit. I just remember her like trying to get people excited about it, and it looked so cringe. They took like the most ugly picture of her, and it's just like they had this like really lame effect where it just had like for some reason there was like no video of her. No, they made this like AI video, and it looked really fucked because it had like Pearl, and she was just like walking through this crowd of like loads of people trying to get her autograph. It was like if I saw Pearl in real life, I'd probably get a picture of her, but it'd be ironic as well. It'd just be ironic. It'd just be like, it'd just be you'd have to. I just think it'd just be ironic. I don't think. For me, it would just be like ironic. There wouldn't be many people I do that want to get a picture of. But if I saw Pearl, it's not every day you get to see like a real freak in real life. So. What? No, I think like if I saw Kay, I wouldn't. I don't want to. Like you don't want to give like people like Kay any ego. That's the word. That's the problem with women is like it kind of warps them. Is the problem. Like that's why like female celebrities are like the worst. And you'll notice that if you just look at like most like female celebrity most like starlets and stuff. Like, when I say that anymore, but. What was her face? Jennifer Lopez and stuff. She got freshly divorced, didn't she? And I've forgotten the guy she's married to, really famous guy. But anyway, you can tell he's fine because this is the brilliant thing about blokes. It's okay for blokes because if it was Ben Affleck or something, wasn't it? Yeah. So he can easily like still be in his 50s and he can still bang himself like a 24-year-old. Dude. 20, a 24, 23-year-old woman, easy, no problem. And if you wanted to even start a family with her, she'd probably be up for that. That's the insane thing with blokes, and they can do that because men just don't go infertile. They might do, but generally, like a man could theoretically still produce kids even up until he's like an old dude who. I mean, it has happened in like some fucked up like religious groups where they do that. You've got like some fucking like old cult leader, and they just like if they're gonna still have children, they just make him like that's just, it can happen. But anyway, but with women, not so much. And then also with that, it's like they will probably, if they're still really good looking, like don't get me wrong, Jennifer Lopez will probably still be able to bang easily, like really attractive dudes. But I think it's more she will the men that she will really probably like, or sorry, the blokes that she'll fuck will probably not really want to take her seriously. If that makes sense, because there will be like really good looking dudes. And they won't care that she's got money because men know that they don't. It makes no difference. This is true. I'm sure Katie. Oh, well, she might tell me she does, but I bet you she isn't as nice with her money as she could be to her boyfriend. And she'll know that. And she'll be true. She'll probably like spunk. She probably easily spends all of her shit on herself, all those fucking toys that she's got behind her. But I can bet you that she will not have put like nearly a little bit of that into like her boyfriend. I bet her boyfriend still has to like give her like loads of his money. This is just a fucked up thing with women. It's just they have this money and they'll keep it to themselves, and it's like, well, what's this for? And it's like, oh, it's just my emergency fund. What do you mean? For what? Well, just in case anything happens to us. Why would anything happen to us? Well, nothing will, but just in case. But well, can we use it? Well, no, because it's my emergency fund. Okay. Because this is it. It's like women know instinctively that money is like a control thing. So that by having this little amount, they know that they can, if they get caught cheating or something, that's okay. That's basically what it is. It's like a cheating fund. It's when you meet a girl like that, that is what it is. It's basically just like that is a fund that she set up in case the worst case scenario happens and she gets caught cheating and you just end up being one of those blokes who throws her on her backside. She has like, I don't know, £5,000 in her account where she could just get a taxi, go to a hotel, stay there, then try and like find maybe go back to her mum's for a bit, and then like use that money to potentially like, you see what I mean? This is what I'm talking to you about. This is what they do. They're trying to like get this money, and they just like try and pull up, siphon it, and then have it in this account somewhere, and then it's just in case something happens. They like.
I'm so sorry if I've butchered the pronunciation. Anna is also an independent political commentator, media host, and a journalist. And these two have done a debate which has been posted on YouTube. And I thought today we will watch that debate because I have seen many clips of Pearl making.
So what's she wearing? So like now she's like, I remember she always says she doesn't want to be infantilized. So just remember, a very good classic rule of thumb is you dress kind of how you want to go. So to give you an example. I just want to pay attention to it. So it is. I'm still doing this mission. Because I think I've got to protect the plane. I really just want to make sure. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So anyway, I just don't think I was paying attention to that. So she always says she doesn't want to be infantilized. So I'm just to give you an example. So this time next week I'll be. Oh well, I would have finished my meeting actually. I'll probably be on a train coming back, but like I'll be having my meeting. So I intend to probably wear smart chinos. Then I've got like my company jumper, my company t-shirt, which I might just wear that to be honest with you. And then I'll just wear a polo. I'll probably just wear like what you call it, my puffer jacket. Because then it's still got like because it's like a polo top, but it's got like it represents my company. And that with a belt. So I'll probably look quite smart, like not mega smart, but I'll look like very. I think smart enough for a meeting. And I'm gonna get my hair cut. I hope probably Saturday as well. So I'm gonna probably look hopefully nice and sharp and nice and clean. I'm gonna bring all of my shaving stuff with me as well. Make it look nice in the morning. Or whatever. But then I just think of what Kay's got. So tattoos do count. I'm sorry if you want to say they don't count, but they do because you decided to get them. But she's wearing like, I guess quite an open cut top. But again, she doesn't want you to. She doesn't make porn. She doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want you to see her sexually. That's disgusting. But she's okay. She doesn't mind having sex. And now she's wearing like pigtails. So she's got like pigtails again. I don't want to be infantilized, but I've got pigtails on. Well input, loads of women. Oh, who? What? Lara Croft or fucking Olga from Germany? Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, loads of women have fucking dildos. And then she's wearing like it's weird because it's like it looks like a dress, but it's got like doily like what do you call it, lining on the ends. So it kind of looks like a maid's outfit. It is actually really strange. So and it's quite like I say, it's like open top and it's sleeveless as well. So it's just like your attention does get kind of drawn to her breasts because she's wearing a necklace as well. But she hasn't actually got like. Well, I'm just going to be honest with you, KB. You don't have much breasts. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry that hurts you. She hasn't got much, and there's actually nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't think women need to have like massive tits, to be honest with you. But I know women do get really insecure about that. But she doesn't. But it's just it does draw the attention, which is probably why she even got a tattoo there because that makes sense. But anyway, and then she's also got. I think she's naturally got very like voluptuous lips, which is like is good. But I think she's just ruined it because she's put like a fucking piercing in it. Um, and I think because she's got the piercing, part of me just thinks maybe she probably has actually maybe got like something done. Because I'm just like, if you're like willing to just get like a fucking stud put into your like little lips, you're probably willing to get like someone to stick like a fucking syringe in it. And this is the problem with Katie, right? All I'm trying to do is to you is uh like I'm not actually usually I think like when I do like listen back, I'm not like being I am being mean spirit, well I guess I am, but I think like I am trying to like make a joke out of it. I don't really hate Katie. I just think I hate what I just feel like I told you, I feel like I hate what she's turned into. I just think that there's a version of her which is just so much happier, but she just doesn't know, and she'll never be able to go back to it because it's just you only get one life, and you get one path when you grow up, and it's been ruined. I'm afraid. I'm sorry, but it's why I have to try and use her as a sobering lesson to try and. I just don't think there's a guy I listen to called the Bear Bachelor. He's just some bold dude, but whatever. I don't want to make fun of his looks. Just because like dudes just get it much harder anyway. Well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not really important. But anyway, he was saying the same thing. I think it's something that like a lot of blokes like me have really thought about. It's like when you're like a manager or CEO of a company, you just know you've got this like unruly like employee, and you're just like, what do I do with this person? You're like, what can I do with them? It's like you want to keep them, but you just know they can't. You just know that they're not going to be able to change. You just know that they're too hostile. You need to get rid of them. And I'm not. That sounds really ominous in my sense, but I think it's just when we say get rid of them, we just mean I don't know, institutionalized, and that might not even necessarily be a bad thing, because that might sound like you're going to be like putting like one flew over the cuckoo's nest, but it might not even just be that. It might just even be like you just go in there and just there's a kind of like reprogramming center where you could just spend like a month there. And after the month, we've just like worked out. We've got like a bunch of like straight white men to just make a really good program. We would just make sure all of like the lecturers in the room are all straight white men, and all like all their professors and doctors are like very very verified. You can tell like they've actually gone to really really prestigious places and got good exams, and the exam boards all been notified. You can check it. It all makes sense. And they'll invite all these women in. And they'll do that. There'll be like these tests where to pass, there'll be like a test at the end where you'll have to do certain things for a man. So like you'll have to like bow for a man. So there'll be like a test where a straight white man will come in, and then the scenario will be like this guy is like he's like the king, or he's like the prime minister. You need to bow to him. And he goes, if she can't do it because she's still like been brainwashed that like she can't do this, then she's just not allowed. She has to go back and do like another 90 days, 60 days, 30 days. And that's just what we'll have to do. And we'll just have to keep going through it and go through it. And then even if you're out in the wild, there'd just be rules where even if you just lie and you're like, hey, I don't care, I just lied. And if you go out in the wild and like you just disrespect a man in public, they could just report you, and it'll be like that. If you call the police, they'll come over and arrest you because you're a woman calling the police. And they're like, why are you doing that? We shouldn't be doing that. Like, a man should be able to help you. And you're like, no, the man's the one causing me the problem. They're like, no, it doesn't happen. All the brown people and black people are gone now. White people don't do that. They're like, I want to go back to Africa. It'd be like Pearl, because Pearl only likes black people. She'd be like, no, no, don't take away Myron, don't take away Aberrant Preach, no, no, no. And she'd like have to like black her face up and like go and swim over to like, no, no. I'd happily do that. If someone gave me the power, if like in the future, maybe in 2035, but this is all a bit more, because again, I'm talking like very, like, this is all going to take a while to happen. But it's okay, you know, this is just where we're able to notice things now. But like maybe someone will approach me finally, like once we like sort of actually get some competent people in power, and they start going, actually, maybe we should just actually like look in our wheelhouse and actually try and recruit some smart people. And so just identity politics and gay people and trans people who aren't actually always the best people at all, or women. What about we just bring in some like straight white talent again? That just sounds really good. How about we just stop listening to everyone else and just let these guys do it? And we'll start making games again. It would be really fun. We'll start making like shows that people will want to watch again. We'll have like shows where you have like women with massive tits, and you'll be like, the men will be like, yeah, this is it. Or you just have like cool action shit, and the action stars will just be straight white and attractive looking dudes who just like, that's what you want. Like, every time you watch those fucking movies, all the ones that everyone like idolize, you know, like when you watch like Die Hard or Arnold Schwarzenegger films or Rambo, you know, like why they're so badass. One of them is because like the guy that is badass, it makes sense. He's like a fucking ripped Greek statue. So when you see Rambo pick up the gun, even though the gun is a prop gun and probably only weighs a couple of pounds, it doesn't matter. You feel like he could do that. You do generally feel like he could pick up a machine gun, like a heavy machine gun, the sort of thing that you'd have propped up on like a bipod, and it would get mega hot after you shoot it, like for probably like a couple of like seconds. But not only that, the amount of recoil that you'd have to like have the strength to be able to like hold, because these bullets you'd be shooting would be they'd be massive. I think they probably might be 50 caliber. I don't know. They're like huge. But that makes sense. But when you like get like the new Charlie's Angel film or all this bullshit where they're just trying to like, I think they're just doing it on purpose, because I think like the psyops is they're trying to like get women to just think that they can take on like men, and because I think that the whole psyops is just like, I'm guessing it's like Jewish people just angry about like what's been happening to them in Israel. So to get back at us for some reason, they have decided to, you know, make our women try to get what happened to their women. So they're trying to like trick our women to just basically like let in like people who are with them. And see what I'm saying? No. Yeah, so they're just trying to like punish them. Shit. Oh, Willies and Pooh. Mom? Shit. Come on, Hanno, buddy. Something's shooting at us. Jesus. Come on, come on, come on. No. Come on, come on, come on. Oops. I just shot my own friends. Come on. It's like, well, I don't know for sure if it's shooting me. It's evil. Even though that thing shot at me. It was shooting at me! It was literally shooting at me. I'm trying. How great. No. No, fuck!
The opportunity I get to laugh at Pearl, I'm gonna take, so let's enjoy the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is debate. Our main card has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece.
Oh,
Then you'll
wait.
each get
Mental. Only grazed the tank, dude. Okay. Ooh. No. You idiot. Oh, this is fucking back shots. That was back shots, dude. That was very close. Don't scratch your eye when you're flying a jet. Very cool too. Wasted his ass. Why? How did I not get that? This shouldn't be this difficult.
10 minutes.
This shouldn't be this
We're gonna
difficult.
do an interrogatory of the
This
other.
shouldn't be
Now
this
we'll go back and
difficult.
forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up. All right? Have fun.
Sorry to jump in before we've even began, but the irony of Pearl to be anti-feminist while also doing a public discussion debate and having the choice to do that, having the option to do that, by the way, is probably the best way to word it. It's crazy. Like, how are you going to be anti-feminist when you're allowed to have opinions? You're allowed to be still on that stage right now because of feminism. It's so contradictory. Her being on this stage contradicts her own ideologies. You can't make it up.
Oh, whoops.
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic, can you cite some actual studies that look at the statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 cases
How? How did that not happen?
in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complaint.
In one Midwestern city?
Yeah. I'll say that's right, sweet cheeks. How much do you need? 1 million? Why don't you go suck my... Why don't you make me dinner? That's what I say. And she'd be like, oh, I can't really say anything to that. Okay, but that's very sexist. I'm like, good. Like, if we were more sexist, we wouldn't have fuck nuts like you roaming about. I wouldn't have to be here telling you to fuck up. Whoops. Oh, that sounded more painful than it was. That didn't hurt. Come on, what's happening? Is it bad or good? Shit. Whoa! Good or bad? How fucking dare you? Great. It goes so fast, we just like fucking kick it. Bad mistake, buddy. Shit. Oh, fuck. Come on. How did I miss that? No! I kind of understood what I did wrong, so... Hey, I mean, that's what I mean. I saw someone gushing about this game, and they were like, "This game is a good way to resurrect a stale series." So I assume like all the other ones haven't been so good. But I'll be really honest with you, this has been like a... Every mission has been different in its own kind of way. There's been a few where it's just been like destroy stuff, but that's always really fun. If I'm gonna be honest with you again, like, I don't know, this is just why they've wasted it, because I just think there's certain like little things I know about video games where I just don't think people ever complain about. If you just make a video game where like the whole point of the game is just to smash up shit and just like get as many points as you can, just smash and blow up stuff, no one will complain. Blokes will love that. There's a real um primal thing men have, I think, where they just love to see stuff explode and just like machinery and stuff to just blow stuff up. And like, for example, just having games like Red Faction, like the one where it was so fun. Maybe I should see it. I remember I got it on my Switch, but it'd be cool to play it on the PS5. But the graphics really look shit. It was like a fucking Xbox 360 game. I got it on my Switch, and I just never played it because it was on like sale for like £1. I'm not kidding. I just was on the Switch store, and it was something ridiculously cheap, like £1 or like 1.99. I was like, oh, fucking buy that. How can you complain about having a game for like £2? You know a game I really loved? Um, Just Cause. Just Cause 2. Just Cause 2 was so fucking good. I even remember how I bought that game. So let's find out when the game came out so we can actually work out exactly what it was. 'Cause I bought the game the day it came out. So it came out in 2010. So I would have been, yeah, 19 years old. But my God, I had so much fun playing that game. It was just so fucking good. It probably will look like absolute ass if you play it like now. But it was so fucking big. Like, I'm just looking at the map now, and it's just reminding me of it. It was so fucking huge. And it had so many collectibles. I didn't do it. I probably would be autistic enough to do it if they made a game of that standard today. I probably would do it because it was just so fun. It was because Xbox 360. This was still around a time where I think Red Faction Guerrilla hadn't come out yet. I feel like that came out like a little bit after because this is still when games were like quite exciting because the scale of just what like you could do was so big, and this game was so fucking massive. But not only that, it just had like really fun mechanics. Just the fucking winching shit was broken. It didn't make any sense, but it didn't matter. Your character was fucked. If you basically once you like learn how to cheese the game enough, you can just basically you'll never do it. You can just never die from full damage. Because if you just like fall out of a jet, if you just learn to just push X at a certain point, even if you don't pull the trigger, so even if your parachute doesn't come out, me and my friend, because we just play, I used to always just take it around like this, my friend's house, and we used to just lose it. We just used to go on top. We used to always go on top of the highest mountain because there was a place where it was like a really snowy mountain, and it was because you could like call the guy to like drop off whatever you wanted. You just had like a massive array of vehicles and shit. You could just it was like anything you wanted basically. And I think we always just like tried to go. The aim of the mission was just to try and go down the hill, try and survive going down. We were just so enamored by how amazing it's just how big it was, just how crazy. Again, it was still there was GTA 5 wasn't out at this point, so there was a gap. A lot of people they didn't feel satisfied with GTA 4 because when GTA 4 came out, it just took itself a bit too serious, and that's why a lot of people didn't like it. It's a very mixed bag. Some people who love it really love it because the story is really good. But those who don't like it, and I'm included in that, they don't really like it, and I am like that. I don't really desire to play it. I would probably want to play any of the others. I was actually really tempted to play 5 again, but I probably won't now just because 5 actually is coming. 6 is meant to come out this year. I think someone said it's like 300 days until it comes out. I was like, wow, go. There you go, guys. But Just Cause 2 was just so good because like you liberated every single town, and that would just basically be in a town. Normally, it would be just there'd be propaganda posters, propaganda vans, and then there'd be a statue. But the statues were like because the game was just fun, because it was just literally fuck around with this shitty the physics engine, and most of that was just with the winching. And you could do all this fun shit where you could just fire a winch and you could like winch an enemy onto something. So, for example, you could winch an enemy onto a can, like a propane tank, and shoot the tank, and the tank would fly off into space, and it would like the guy would be stuck on it. And it just some reason your character had unlimited them, and it didn't matter, and just never questioned it. You didn't need to. It's just a game. You just don't care. This is what we've lost. We've just lost this level of stupidity, which is just hindering what we're doing. So I don't think people care that much. I don't think anyone really cares that Rico can do this shit. It's just insanely stupid. It was just stupid because then I think they made 3 and 4, and I just, from what I understand, it was just really not good. Um, and it's like I could have seen like they could have made the winching really good because I was thinking like when I was playing Spider-Man 2, I was like, well, they could have just done. I bet they could have done that with the winches, and no one would have probably cared if they just did that because that's literally the same mechanic. If you just had the winches, which just have like a little claw at the end, so you could just use that to like zip people in, and then you could like do like a smack or something like that. Like they could have done that. They could have like maybe turned like transformed. Because I think that's the problem you get with these sandbox games is that the fighting is never very good. So you just want a game which has like the fighting of something like Spider-Man 2, but has all of the ability for you to kind of you're still kind of not like able to just web swing. And do you see what I'm saying? It's why like the game I really wanted to actually get for the PS4 was Sleeping Dogs. That was actually the spoiler before I got this. I should have actually thought about buying that online because if I bought it online, I could have probably got it by now. But I've been too stupid. I do have another game I might look into town to get. How much are Sleeping Dogs for? Yeah, not very much. But Sleeping Dogs was just a brilliant game. Absolute brilliant game. Yeah, I can't believe it came out on the 360. But it was just so good. For me, I remember it came out, and I just remember I had like nothing. I had no idea it was even coming out. Suddenly, I was just on. I'm trying to think what websites. I might have been on Reddit back then. Because again, it was different. Reddit is nowhere near as bad as it was. Reddit back then actually was where like really like good people went, and it was just like nice little hot. And from what I understand, there are still certain things like that. I'm willing to accept it. I just think a lot of people probably just gone to Discord at this point. It just feels like there's like a lot better stuff you can just. Well, I don't know, want to say that because a lot of shit goes on Discord, but I just want to feel like Reddit's just turned into a bit of a just a bit toxic. But back then it was not. It wasn't as bad at all, and I just then remember people were talking about on gaming. It was just they were giving it like, really good reviews and they were talking about it. And I think back then I did pirate it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm just going to attest to you now that I don't do that anymore. Like I have a massive arcade of tangible video games, so I admit I do, but I haven't actually downloaded anything illegal in absolutely ages. It's just you don't even really need to anymore. I know that sounds stupid, but I don't know. I don't know. I think I just feel guilt as well. I just think like when I bought Abe's Odyssey, I just thought probably could if I just wanted to be an asshole. Yeah, you could probably just get like a fucking. But then it's like, what would you have to do that? You probably have to get like a PlayStation emulator, and even to get a PlayStation emulator, you got to like download like a BIOS file. I know that's weird, but you do. And then you got like then play. It is a lot more. And then you got like fucking map some joypad, and it's bullshit. So me paying the £2, which is how much I actually paid for Abe's Odyssey, you just think that someone's done that for you, and it just works. And then it's just you can stream it, and I did stream it, me playing it. So if you want to watch Input Complete Abe's Odyssey, back when I was in my old place. Oh, wait, no, I think I played that when I was baby cat sitting for my parents. Because there's like a period where like I was playing games and like it was so good because I remember like, I was at my parents' house and they've got a 70-inch TV. It's so crazy. It's massive. Though I'm using a 50-inch TV, and like I know that's a really big TV, but even I'm just like, that's like not even that big anymore, is it? But it just doesn't hit anymore. In 2026, if you say, I've got a 50-inch TV at home, you want to come and watch the TV, it just does nowhere near as cool, is it? But for example, I remember like hearing Stephen Merchant talking about back in fucking 2003 or 2002. So yeah, like 24 years ago, when he was on XFM, and he was talking how after him and David, him and Ricky both got obviously like probably a decent salary or decent pay for doing The Office. Ricky was like sort of chastising Steve because Steve's probably a bit like me, and I kind of understand that. He grew up where his parents always just taught him to just try and save money wherever he could. Um, and then whilst Ricky's like the other way around, where he's just happy to kind of like spunk his money a bit more. But usually that just comes down to sort of just your upbringing and just like maybe how tight your parents were and things, and all that sort of stuff anyway. But then like he's making up a song and dance because he knows that because Steve likes like movies, he bought a TV and they was like complaining it was like too big for his like flat. I want to say like it isn't even that big. Like to today's standards, I don't think it was. I reckon it was probably maybe like a. Well, do you know what I mean? Even if it is a 50-inch, which I don't think it would have been, because I just think I want to say it would just been a 32-inch because that even that was like really really like hot expensive. Like I'll be honest, when I was well, I can remember. So when the Xbox 360 came out, I got the bundle which had Fallout 3 with it. So let's have a look when that came out. Yeah. Okay, so Fallout 3 came out October 31st, 2008. So my problem was I was only 17 at that point. I would have just turned 17. That's mental. I can remember it so vividly. I remember on my because I got birthday money, and I just got enough to, I think, just buy it. And I'm not even joking. I had just got, I think it was something like 159.99, and you got Xbox 360 Arcade Edition. Yeah, what does the Arcade Edition mean, input? I'm going to tell you, it's horrible. It came with a memory card, and that's kind of ours. That's part of it. And Fallout 3. And it was like 159.99, and I think I had literally in my hand like I had like £170 for my birthday because I think I like asked my parents and everyone like that was what I wanted. So my parents gave me like 100, and then yeah, I think that just makes sense. I probably just got like the rest from other people. Um, yeah, and I remember going there with my friend. I don't need to say his name, but you know. And back then, we used to have free game shops in the same town. I can still remember where they were because it doesn't matter. And because I was 17, we realized that because Fallout was an 18, and we actually were like, oh my god, like, but I hadn't actually really ever been ID'd for games before, believe it or not. There was always a weird kind of thing, which I always noticed being a kid, was that for some reason I never really ever got ID'd for games. It was almost just like people just didn't really care. Do you know what I mean? Because I swear I remember buying Resident Evil 1 for the GameCube, which was an 18. I played that, well, I obviously owned it, and I don't remember my mum buying that for me. I do. I feel like I did buy it. I just think the guy just didn't care. It's just there was just some weird, unwritten. It wasn't like today. So what had happened today is every time you buy alcohol, it will like, ask you. And I think when the guy has to, the server has to push yes, I've checked or no, by even just adding that screen makes them think shit I might get audited. But just like back then, it just that just didn't exist. It was just like there was just never ever like the mysterious shopper or that. No, that would probably be the only way you get caught out was if it was a mysterious shopper. But that just never happened. I just think they just knew. So I just remember just buying games which were just like 18s. Fuck. I mean, I remember being. I remember my dad buying Conker's Bad Fur Day for me when that came out. So when did Conker's It came out in 2001. I was 10. Hang on, no, I wasn't. I was 11. That's what I mean. My dad's awesome. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know what. I can't hate him for that. I don't know what to say. Because I think he just looked at the box and he was just like. And like, I'll be honest with you. I remember. Because I don't have the box anymore. They all got destroyed. But I'm looking at the box now. There isn't nothing on that that actually really doesn't look like it's not appropriate for kids. It's only if you really look, but I'm just telling you, like, if I'm just a dad and my kid's just sort of like, is it alright if I get this? And it's just on offer and it's like 29.99, and I don't know, you're just feeling charitable. I'd look at this. So the only thing you can tell that's a bit inappropriate is on the. It's not like today where you've got like the big cigarette boxes where it takes out. You're not even allowed to have branding of like Marlboro. Just it's a tiny little, I don't know, postage stamp in the bottom right corner. It's just as mature in the ESRB. And then I'm not even joking. Like there's a sliver. So you know, like when you get like those things you can use to like make a label maker. It's like that kind of thickness. It's just on the bottom of the box. It says advisory. This game is not for anyone under age 17. So it's not even 18. So it's so to a parent, you're just like whatever. Like fine. How bad can it be? I think that's the question. Like it's not like today where you like I am. If my 6-year-old son says, "Can I play GTA 6 when that comes out?" I'm gonna be like, "No, no, 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 I'm not," because that probably is gonna be like really disturbingly realistic and. Um, but if my kid's like, oh, if he was like, "Can I play Halo? Not Halo. Can I play Half-Life 1 maybe?" And he's like 10, I'll probably be like, "Fine." Do you see what I mean? I think there's a difference. If he's like, "Oh, can I play like I don't know Half-Life or Metal Gear Solid?" I suppose. For the PlayStation, like the remake, or like just a PlayStation. Or something. I'll be like, yeah, I guess I don't mind. because that's fine. I just think it's like it is a bit difficult when I don't know. I just think video games are different, aren't they? Because not a lot of video games engage in like pornography, do they? I think we were going to be honest. That's the main thing. I think most people are very like don't want the kids to be involved in, do they? So I think I think that actually makes sense if you think about it. Like, so that's why I'm trying to think. Like when the video games were so lax versus even if you bought a movie back then, I think people were still like a bit like, like if you tried to buy like an 18 movie, they probably would ID you back then. But if you tried to buy like an 18 game, they wouldn't. I just think there was always this like level of they knew a game couldn't be that bad because it was like the graphics just wouldn't be good enough. It's completely different now. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure you can't go into a game now if you're 15 and try and buy like Call of Duty. Even they probably would ID because it'll just. That's what I'm saying. If you buy anything now, where it's like requires ID, they prompt you or say it'd be like when the till when you scan the vodka through, and they always have to get like guys come around and he's like look at you and he's like, okay. And sometimes depending on how you feel that day, if you're feeling a bit doughy and you just like the guy looks at you and goes, oh yeah, you're definitely over 25. You're like, oh thank you. But then like sometimes you're just like actually not like you're in a bit of a rush, and then you're just like the Indian girl looks at you and she's like, do you have any ID on you? And you're like, you think I'm 17? You think I'm 17? I'm like, double that. I'm literally double that. But it is. It's just a level of racism, isn't it? Because there was a story about that. And also, it's not even that. It's a humiliation ritual. This is the thing we're just learning. Because there was a story about that where they said that. They said there was a picture of some white man, and he was like, obviously in his 60s, and he was like with white hair and a beard, and like losing his hair, and he had liver spots. He was like, 65-year-old man denied, livid after being refused beer at petrol station. It was just like, yeah, it didn't say, but what I posted was, I bet the guy doing it was Indian, and that's what they do. They just do it because they want to fuck with you. To give you an example, I'm going to tell you an anecdote, and this is going to show you exactly what all people of color do. Like when I think I turned 16. Now this is just really shit, but I mean I was 16, so whatever. But like I think me and my friends were just lawyering around because it didn't really mean anything, to be honest with you. But like I went to Tesco. I do remember exactly where it is. I mean it's a Tesco Express, and it's not going to out me for saying that. You want to know something really funny about the story? Actually, oh my god! Actually, this will make you piss yourself. And this actually explains why this happened as well. It all makes sense. My good memories, like again, like it's just I just live in the past. I can just live in my memories. Um, he was like, I was like, oh, can I get a lottery ticket, please? He was like, yeah. He was like, how old are you? And I was like, I'm 16. He's like, it's my birthday today. And then he just kind of like looked at me and he was like, do you have any ID? No. I was like, I don't actually, I guess, because I'm only 16. And he's like, well, I can't. I'm not going to serve you then unless you've got any ID. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. And I just left. And then I just remember what I was doing. We were just lawyering around. We were just like, so you're 16. You can't go to a bar. You can't go to a club. You can't go to the pub or anything. You can't drink. So you're kind of like anarchist enough that you just kind of want. So I think like you just like if your dad have any like alcohol and it's like you're trying to like steal some beers or whatever. So I think that's what we do. Just sort of meet up, and then you meet up with the friends from a different school, and one of them would be like, "Oh my god, you gotta see what Tom's got. What's Tom's got?" And then you go like see Tom. And he's like the kid from the other school, and he's like his dad's like he'd been cool enough to buy him like a 35 centiliter bottle of vodka. And you're like, "Oh my god, this is crazy! Oh my god!" It's just stuff like that. That's like what you do back then. Or one of your friends gets like a 2 liter bottle of like the Strongbow. Yeah, so I went back to home and I did have a passport because I'd gone on holiday. And then I came back. It wasn't like just our mission. I think we were just sort of like, well, I don't know, maybe it probably was. It was 16. It's not like, who cares? If you're gonna say it's a waste of an evening or waste of your birthday, who cares? It's just 16. It didn't mean. I know they all try and do shit with like your super sweet 16 what it was, but honestly, like it didn't mean anything. The only thing you could do when you were 16 technically was the ticket. That's all. The only reason I did it was because I just thought, oh, I can actually get a lottery ticket. That's much more why I did it. They were like, oh, I could get a lottery ticket for the first. I'd be my first friend to get a lottery ticket. And then the other thing I did was when I was 18, I was like, I was with the same group of friends, and I went to Asda's, and I think I bought like a bottle of vodka or something like that as soon as I turned 18. Literally, I was like, I just said to my friends, I was like, because it was one of these. I live really near it still. There's an Asda's that opens 24/7. And it just happened to be, I think my birthday just happened to be on like a Friday or so, Saturday or something like that. Like, we were doing, because I used to remember, it was called doing an all-nighter, and I hated it. You can exactly imagine what it was. You did the classic, it was, again, this is the problem when you sort of have smart kids, is you probably just realize this is the sort of shit that you gotta be careful about, because we all just did the classic thing where we all told each other's parents we were going around each other's, like, different people's homes, so there's like no accountability, so everyone just assumed we were at someone else's house, and then we just all just went out and stayed out all night. So obviously we just all met up at like someone's. I think we just went to like. Normally what would happen is we would go to like. I'll just say the first name. We just went to this guy called Tom's house because he always had like the best. He had a PS3 as well, and he always had like the best games because his dad was really rich. So he just bought him like all the best games. But I remember his room was like shit. I remember he had like a really tiny room. But it had an ensuite. And I remember he brushed his teeth with like the toothpaste the babies use. He's fuck, mate. I wonder what happened to that guy. Oh, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It would go around his house. If we stay around his until like 10. Saints Row 2 or just. I think it's Civilization 4 or something like that. It was a shitty one that they just released on like PS3. It was like. It was tolerable. He bought it, and it was just like, he bought it, and he never played it, and I just went around there, and I just remember just playing. I was getting really into it. I was like, do you play this much? He was like, nah, not really, I don't really like it. I was like, fucking Jesus. That's why it was like good, because like I think he probably just did that more because he wanted me to come around his house. Like, he knew if he just did that anytime it was like after school, I would just be like, fuck that, I'm just gonna go around this dude's house. So like, I never really went back to my house because my house was boring. I would always just like go around someone else's because all my friends were rich, and that's what I did. I just thought I'll just go around and just like use all their shit. I didn't have enough money to get a PS3. I only had an Xbox. You kidding me? Okay, let's just fucking do this. So yeah, my dad bought me that. It was awesome.
And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in an
people what
ivory
to
tower.
think
I'm on
about
this debate
people.
stage interrogating your...
Ready for an upgrade?
Oh fuck this! This is oh.
Save on Google Pixel 9a.
Whoops.
Looking flat out fresh in every color. Magic.
I will do
This
this.
isn't a very good start. This is not a very good start from Pearl. I think this is a theme that we see throughout this debate. She gets challenged on many points, and she seems to be upset by that. She doesn't quite grasp the notion of a back and forth debate. When Anna rebuttals anything that Pearl says, it vexes her. Like, there's no other word for it.
Okay, you can kiss my rebel. Yeah. I mean, it's just the top quality content here, isn't it? I think this guy's good. Shit. Oh, I don't believe. I just fall out of the air like a stone. I just fall out of the air like a stone. I love it's just like Google Images or some shit. I don't care. I'm not expecting it. Although, I don't know. Maybe I should. What are we in? Are we only in like 2... Oh, this game's quite... I mean, we'll see how the new one is. The one for PS5 that's coming out soon. Maybe that will.
She gets annoyed.
It still
She's
looks
like,
really
"God
good.
damn
I
it,
don't
how
mind.
dare you have a reply to what I'm saying?" Because a lot of these people, a lot of these right-wing grifters, because that's what they are. Pearl knows that there is a marketplace for a social media commentator who is a woman, who is an anti-feminist suck-up, and will suck the dick of right-wing viewpoints.
Oh, what? And you're not like, what, sucking the dick of like immigrant dicks? Like, why do you just want immigrants to be like? Why do you love immigrants so much? Why can't white people just have something to? Why could you have to hate the people who are just clearly better? That's what I want to know. Why do you not think like we're just better? Even if you want to argue, well, they got taken over by the white people. Well, ask yourself why. Why did that happen? They've been around longer than us. Like, what? They've had more time to. Like, ask yourself this. Why are they still like... It just makes no sense. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, I love porn. Oops. I like the music, I do. It's really nice. So something up here is doing that, isn't it? It's you. That'll do. So why do you want just like these people who, I don't know, it just makes no sense. It really doesn't. There's just some, oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, my God.
Because it does well. Literally, all you have to do is go on there and say, I think that feminism is bad, and I think that actually men are the oppressed.
Can I just say, by the way, she's just talking out her ass, because that's not the grift. The grift is doing what she's doing. That's the grift, because there's like 90% of the world hate white people. So by being Katie, she's the one who's doing the grift. Just her being a white woman who hates white men, that's the pick me. That's the easy thing to do. It's easy to do. Alright then. I'm gonna take this moment and make it last forever. I'm gonna take this moment and make it anymore. I'm gonna take this moment, take this moment, I gotta make it last forever. I mean, that's my only thing I'll say is she's wrong. I think she knows she's wrong because she just knows. This is what I mean. I think women just know they lie. They are openly lying because they want men. It's like I tell you, they want someone to tell them off, and they're just so pissed off that they can just do anything, and they can, and no one's telling them off. This is actually what they don't like. They actually hate the fact that everyone's just letting them get away with it. It's like, remember the episode of The Simpsons when Troy McClure is uh he's like venting about like how it's not that great to be a celebrity. He's just like, everybody just kisses up to you all the time. And he's like, what's wrong with that? He's like, even when I get a ticket, the police officers won't even write them for me because I'm a celebrity. It's like that. It's like a kind of curse. It's a monkey's paw, isn't it? It's these white women are so treasured by Indians and black people and people of color because they all want to jerk off to them. So they're just gonna like lie to like gas them up loads. All the people like me who are kind of like people who should be in the sort of in that sort of the repertoire of like the sort of candidates and bachelors that she would have. She's just been like blinded. She's just been blinded by this like weird nebula of like strange I hate white people who are just gonna be like black people, Indians, and all the kind of people of color, Mexicans, Muslims, all that sort of people. They're going to tell Katie she's really good, but they're going to tell her that she has to hate straight white men. And then it's like all the straight white men like me, we're just like looking at her, we're like, what is happening with this? It's just really weird. Like, so to her, she's doing the easy thing. She's actually doing the really easy grift. I would actually argue Poe isn't. I think you're right that she's being a pick me in the sense, I suppose, like she's being different from everyone else. But I wouldn't say that makes her actually like more of a pussy. I don't think that. I actually do. What I'll say about Pearl is just like, I generally just think she is really autistic. Um, and I think she had good intentions, but she just fell victim to, I think, just her hubris. She just did too much stupid things when she was starting up. I think the biggest things that fucked her up was she was an idiot, and I'm not gonna like, again, I know like this is what women love to do because women like to like look back and just say, well, I did this mistake and it's not really like I just, but it was a massive thing she did. So basically she did these like, she actually had like a big channel and was making some good dough. And I can just sort of see this is probably what happened. So she was self-sufficient at this point. So I think a lot of people who were probably mocking her that she probably had help from her dad, which she did do, they probably let her off because I think there's a lot of people who do end up doing that, where you just know they are nepo babies, but at least they are able to just make an empire and just actually like, I guess like Hassan to some extent, his like uncle is like obviously put him there, but at least at whatever level you want to say, he's like had made probably like quite a lot of money, but in his own merit. But with Pearl, she was doing really well on YouTube, but then she just fucked it because she did this like episode where she was like, interviewing people on the street. Um, and I don't know what she was thinking, but for some reason she like, ended up interviewing like two people. I'm just guessing she just didn't ask them their ages. And it probably was just something which maybe in reality didn't need to be handled as drastically as it did, but whatever. It's just this is the way. I'm just gonna tell you what happened. But she ended up like asking like two 15-year-olds about a really inappropriate question, and it just ended up getting her demonetized on YouTube because I think like I don't want to. I don't want to sound racist, but I am because like, at that point like Black Power was just at the top. So if a black person literally did like complain about anything, that like whatever they complained about was just automatically just like it was just yeeted from like the internet. So I think one of the people that she did interview was like one of the 15-year-olds was like a black woman, a black girl, and that black Twitter just like really ran with that because they already had an issue with Poe, I think, at that point because she was already. Actually, I don't think so. But anyway, it just that just got demonetized. So that just was like most of her product was gone. So then what she did was she tried to make her own website, Audacity Network, whatever it's called. But the problem with that is it's way, way too expensive. It's something like $10 a month. So you can get Disney and Netflix for the same price as just Pearl's Network for the same a month. So already you're like so if you're just doing a Dragon's Den, that's exactly like what Peter Jones would say. So you're pricing yourself at the same level as like something like Netflix or Disney. So how can you possibly do that based on like the small amount of videos you've got on your and not to mention that, but there's no variety. It's all you. So what happens if you're ill? What happens if like I don't know, say God forbid something happened to you? These are all questions that are just very pertinent, very clever, very good questions. So she does have, I think, a couple of die-hard fans, but I don't think it's very much at all who are paying this. And she's basically then been living on like her dad's dime, so she was able to like afford a. Well, she was in London when, yeah, I think when she got demonetized. But then she was probably just working off like the ragtails of like her success when she was on YouTube because I think she was doing really well on YouTube. And then like the other then stupid thing she then did was she just decided it'd be appropriate to make this stupid video about Hitler. And I just don't know. I just think like I don't target the Jews very much. I know we've noticed that. And people probably say, why is that? But I just think, there's just certain things I think you can criticize them over versus stuff you shouldn't. It's probably more what I'm going to say. So I think me just like talking about conspiracy theory, like, because this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't really know this. A lot of stuff when I'm saying like, oh, this is what Jewish people want, or that's just a conspiracy theory. I know I've got no proof. It's just these are just sort of like the things I'll just you just sort of like have a hacky sack and you just like throwing it around. Because I miss those kind of conversations. I hate the fact that you got to talk now and everyone's always got to become prepared with like or their thesis or stats. Like just have a conversation. We're not designed to just remember shit like this. Just want to talk about things in a very general term and just like ask questions. Just don't be afraid to let other people just fill in blanks for you. This is the point of like humanity. 15 notifications. Tell me you didn't see the drama without telling me you didn't see the drama. Ugh. Did you just like rainbows? Ugh. I don't need Freeman. Shots, money, or um. Yeah. Yeah. A bunch of brownoids like attacked me because I was getting annoyed because I said that when people get donations, so you know, like when you watch like entertainers and they just get gifted all this bullshit, and I just think none of it really gets taxed. It doesn't, because basically this was different. This wasn't like they get given subscriptions. It was just the post was like some guy just admitted that someone gave him like 3,000 like behind the scenes. So that isn't the same as a donation, because this is what the Brownwoods are arguing about. Like, they already are paying taxes, you stupid white man. I'm like, no, this is different, because this is actually is a bribe, because it's just literally, he's just admitted someone is just giving him $3,000. And that probably isn't being taxed, is it? But the Brownwoods don't believe that. They just get angry because they just think, oh, soccer counts. I said soccer counts. Crusty on Sunday a bit. But you gotta argue with all of the black and brown people. Because that's what they do. If they know I'm white, every single black and brown person, they have to do it because it's like part of their karma. He's like, he said, you know, content creators and streamers pay taxes, right? And more than likely, a lot more than you do. I said, it's always about money with you. Black people can't think about anything that isn't chicken, lean, basketball, back shots, money, or being brown. It's so true. It's just that's the only factor they ever put in it. It's just money. Because they know they don't provide anything else good to society. They never provide anything good culturally. They never provide anything good, like, the condition to kids they bring up. It's just fucking money. It's like we're able to grift money off the worst way possible, which is just asking a bunch of fucknuts to just give me money, and then because I just give more money, that just makes me better at society. It's just the stupidest, like, it's just the most brown answer ever. It's the only thing they can measure their wealth in is like how much money they get. Because they're so, in their like stupid brain, they just think like money is like there's no way that money can be broken. And there's like certain forces at play. Money is the only factor that it's the only thing you can do. And this is like what I mean. This is like why you'd say like the best people are not coming out. It's like, you know, like when you like hear the news, like Drusky's like been voted the funniest man. It's you know who's doing it. It's not it's not like the majority of like white people are voting for that. It's this there's this like community, tribal community of like black and brown people, and they all get together and their whole MO is just to, if they ever hear or see anyone who's white say anything they don't like, the whole point is just to like put them down. And just try to like because if a black guy said that, they probably wouldn't care. They'd probably think that's like really based. Because it's happened like before. Like if I ever like make any models or anything, like no one will ever like it because they'll see I'm white and they just don't want to give you credit for it. They don't want. They'll be like, oh, don't give the white guy any credit because there's ego will go off and they'll probably like end up like ruling over and like taking us all over. But if, like you see Kai Cenat read a book, not even very well, like that's amazing. That's really good, and everyone says, oh well, the squeaky wheel gets the grease because he's. So they're like admitting he is fucked because he's an idiot, or because he's like can't read the book. So it's like pick your poison. But not only that, there's like other avenues. You just remember like anyone who's like posting, like why are you defending streamers again? It's just this. It's just the thing that I've noticed. It's just like this is why when I just respond to them, I just like I just say really stupid shit because it's just no point. You can't. They're not actually arguing for a point. It's just because they know you're black, I'm white, and they don't like that. They know like I'm saying something that kind of makes sense, but they don't like that. For them, it's all about I gotta try and outsmart the white guy. And that's why it's just a shitty experience if you're like white on the internet most of the time. Because if you like show your face, it's just the experience you get. And that's what you don't get. Like most people I know who are like white people who are like not public figures, they just have to hide behind things like a picture of a dog or something. 'Cause they just know that. They just know you're gonna have like your face showing. People just argue with you, and it's just this is what I've noticed. It's just, even if the people they're arguing for are like the fucking worst people of society, they don't care. It's like the leftist grift, isn't it? It's like the leftists don't care if you're like a paedophile. They'll like fight against ICE just because it's against the straight white man. And this is what's happening with this guy. Like this as well. It's like there was one guy who commented who actually said, "Yeah, I do agree with you. That makes sense." He's like the demographic of white person because that makes sense because it's like 10%. But the other like 9 people who commented, that makes sense. They're all brown and black people, and you can tell because all their names are like just very black and brown. They got like profile pictures of like anime characters. There's a couple that you can see they're black, and I'm just like, oh, I know, it's just obvious. You're never gonna hear a black guy ever say, "Oh, I'm sorry, man," online. They'll never do it. I even wrote that as a post. I said, "Have you ever heard a black man apologize to you as a straight white person?" And they're just no one's ever like said, unless it's like court abiding. You've been like ordered by the state to. Oh Jesus! Ordered by the state to apologize. Where is it? Shit. Okay. But the other thing that's weird as well is it's like there's some things that people because I always like really like fucking polar. It's just weird. Sometimes it nibbles and other rage bait it doesn't. It's strange because like to give you context, like I'll go on that Yeet like the other like most days, and I'll put like anyone who watches Yeet is this, and it's a picture of it was like a video of like a fake dick jerking off. How did that not get garner anything? Why is this, of anything, just garnered loads of people? This is what I don't get. It's just sometimes the rage bait's convincing and they get annoyed about it, and other times no, they're just like people just. I guess I should be impressed. I mean, this is like the real rage bait. Ah. The what? Fuck that, man. That's a bullshit. That's what I mean. All pussies. Reply back and no one wants to talk. This is it. All bark, no bite. That's what I'm talking about. All black people are pussies when they're like by themselves. It's only when they're in numbers are they strong. But it doesn't work online necessarily because this is why it's funny because like they can all reply to me one by one. But if I have to like attack them one by one, they don't reply back. Because they know that all the other people who are part of that chain probably don't get the notification, so they can't like know. It's not that they all gang up on me like that. It's like if you have 9 people who separately reply to me, then I'm only replying to them, aren't they? So it's not like all other 9 people who are going to be his friends are going to like fight for him. It's different if it was I don't know. You commented on. But I noticed that on Reddit as well, because there was a moment where I put a post somewhere and it got really viral, and I went to sleep, and I woke up and it went huge, and I decided to actually go and like attack all of the people who were actually going to go at me, and I noticed, I'm not even kidding, about like 95% of them just didn't want anything to do with you. If people are happy to just like bitch about you if they feel like they're like in a safe environment, but like when like you actually break through and you find these people, you might actually think that you're gonna get ripped for it, but you actually find you might, especially online, where people feel like they're at their safest. So if you actually, this is where the cowards are able to come out and play. So if you're actually just able to just sort of like throw back a bit of shade at them, sometimes they won't do it. So I remember some dude was like, "Oh, you know that there's this Reddit thread that's been made about your account," and I was like, "Yeah, I know. I'm in that account already, and I've been answering loads of people." I was like, "Who are you? I might have answered you back." And then the guy who was like he was like talking to me, like just went really quiet. Because I think a lot of these people, they just realize if you've actually got a bit of a backbone, you push back. I'm not gonna bother, even if they're in an anonymous account. Why can't I think? Oh. But that's what I mean. It's really odd. Because I think I'm just, because this is it's like my brain is thinking, because I always go on that account, and I'm always just throwing shit. But this is the thing that's really wound them up. So my brain's like, it's something to do with like it's obviously like black people know that streamers are like the one thing that they've got that can kind of keep them relevant. So I think if you attack streamers to them, that really offends them. Because for me, I just thought, I don't think a lot of white people care. I think a lot of white people would agree that like people like entertainers just get paid too much. I think the only people who don't think entertainers get paid too much are like black people because they know they have no other. That's why I'm just so baffled by it. So I'd be like, why is it if I say people who watch streamers and I put like a video of like a big dick jerking off, why would that not rally up loads of people, even if I see it gets like 4,000 views? So you're telling me everyone's watched that and no one's like decided to like just say like fuck you white boy or something like that?
Best ones, and you're gonna get loads of praise for it.
It was sarcasm, you fucking idiot. It This is what I'm saying. So I said something sarcastically, and he's like, just put it into Google. And it's just like, these are the fucking idiots that I have to like argue with. These are the retards that are just like ruining the internet. Now I told you about this. I said like, if you have an IQ of under like 80, you can't. I don't think you can detect sarcasm. And because his IQ is really small, he won't be able to accept that he's just being outsmarted. So he'll just say it's like my fault. He'll say it didn't make sense. It wasn't. And this is just why it's just the internet's ruined. And he's just got a picture of some black guy in his account. I don't know if that's him. He looks the guy in the profile picture looks fucked. I think it's a joke, but it might not be. That might be him because there's just loads of Africans on here now. You've got so many Africans. And it's like, I think I was saying that, I was saying it there with the Sophie Rain thing. The only people who are going to have a real problem with like porn being blocked are these same people here. It's going to be these like black and brown people who are going to be really angry that they're not going to be able to get white women porn anymore. Or white women aren't going to want to make porn now because they're going to get like fined, taxed. But this is what I mean. So what a lot of these like straight white men end up doing is they have to like become part of the LGBTQ community. So they usually just say they're like non-binary or gay, bi, because what does that really mean? And then they're like able to then still sort of go online because if anyone of like color sees them, they know they're like not a threat because they know like they're not like straight white men. So like they'll have a platform and people will be like happy to like listen to. But if you're a straight white man, they will hate you because that you're the enemy. You're their enemy. You're like the one that they would need to like destroy. I know you don't believe that, but that is actually like 100% what they all think. They all hate us. They just want us to be gone. If they could, they would happily like remove all of us and send us all to prison, and then just like they'd all try and run the country. They'll tell you that they wouldn't, but they will. If you let them have the chance, they will. So you gotta know that all black and brown people that's all they want to do. If you're a straight white man, they will probably spend most of their time just like, if they can get one over you, they'll be really happy about that. They'll tell you that it's not. But if they can even get like a small little victory on you, that will really like, they love that shit. You can never let them do that. You gotta always talk back to them. You gotta let them know exactly who the king is. I'm telling you, the king is not there. Alright. Hit? Alright. Why? Yeah, most black and brown people hate you. They'll tell you they don't. They do, but they hate you. They love white women, but they hate white men. Because we're the threats. They know that if we're not in the picture, they'll have more white women to sleep with. Even though that's not true, they don't know. They don't care. They don't care as long as they get their nut. They don't care about the future. That's the truth of it. They're not about preserving, they're just about getting their nut. What is the deal with this? Oh my god, fuck it. Why is that so taboo? Shit, where is he? Oh, this is bullshit. Okay, fine. Fuck, that was really close. Oh, here we go. What's happening? What's happened? Oh no. Oh, come on. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? I don't get it. I don't know what I did wrong. Yeah, fuck SpongeBob, dude.
You'd have been like, no, no, no. Does she fuck SpongeBob?
When you lick my mum. Alright. Let's hold on.
Brett right? Because nobody else thinks that way. Or, like, people do think that way, but primarily it's men. It's not a typical
Here we
stance
go.
that women take, because most women appreciate that without feminism, we wouldn't have rights. It's as simple as that. And a lot of these people like to spew nonsense, and they don't like to be challenged on their statistics. A lot of the time, if you break down what these people are saying and fact check it, it's usually wrong. So Anna is right for, asking a question. So I'm trying not to be completely biased. I'm trying to see this from a fresh perspective, but it's automatically making it very hard when she's already getting mad that somebody's challenging her.
Assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because if you look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
alimony is
stop
paid
spending.
out in 10%
Uh.
of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
How
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much?
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time.
Right.
Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay. Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation. Those are the stats.
There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely
Shit.
to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it?
Oh my god, this is such a hard one.
I don't want to.
Her whole debate to
I
begin
need
with
to
was
finish
that
it.
basically
I need to finish
is
it.
something that affects men more than it affects women.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is gonna be case. Just like fucking, I hate this. It's right. No. Women all do it. That's what they all do. You probably jerk off to hentai. Yes. Even then. Yeah, like some a guy with an NFT said, retarded take, but okay. I said, your NFT is retarded. Even if you made money from it, you're a loser. You probably didn't make it from crypto, as it's just a Ponzi scheme for brown and black people, which it is. I've noticed that. The only people who really seem to be obsessed with like crypto are like, there's a couple of getting white people, but most of it's just brown and black people who are just obsessed with just like easy ways to just make money without having like any accountability from it. This is the only people who are like against there being like any sort of taxing. It's just people who make money from like a really easy method, which is just usually just crime. They just hate crime. They hate anything that's just like is like trying to tax people for doing things that are right. It's just a Ponzi scheme for black and brown people. 100% right. It's fun to get angry at people. He needs to learn. People need to know. Like, anger is sometimes fine to let out. Other people just live by it, so why not? Why not just crush them like the grapes they are? That's what. I think that's it. I think I've stumbled upon it. That's why I'm like so fascinated by why they got so angry. But so I really do think there is like a racket going on where loads of them are just like giving money to one another, and it's just a way for them to like embezzle money. Because this is just what we're finding out. It's just anyone who's black and brown, they're not doing anything like legitimately. They're just always doing stuff by like the most shady method. Because effectively, the point I'm making was, oops. I just want to check. I just don't understand why like they're like they're enemies. Like, why do they do that? Why can't they just change it on the HUD so that they're good people? But I think it is. I think it's that this is it. They don't want there to be more red tape on that because the point I'm making is just gifting. I like. What does that mean when someone gifts you stuff? I'm not talking like gifting it like from family. I'm talking from like a business perspective because it doesn't feel right that you've just got people who are just gifting you like insurmountable amounts of money when you're just doing like your job is just an entertainer. But what does that mean? And I think like it's starting to wind. I feel like my comment is like it's affected a lot of people because I think like it's because of that. They know that if I'm right, which is why like I had one person who was like staunchly like on my side because he knows I'm right, and the other people were like annoyed because they know like I've discovered a loophole with like I have discovered it. That's why like the person who's like replied about being a retarded take, he's a guy of an NFT and crypto, and I'm like exactly, this is exactly the kind of person who's gonna be very against it, aren't they? Once they start getting capital gains tax on like fucking crypto, they're ruined. So what am I doing? I'm just trying to take these fuckers out. I would like to complete this mission. I really would. I'm aware it's nearly 8 o'clock, but I don't want to like try because I don't. I'll have to do the mission again. All right. Okay. Okay. How do I know? How do I know? You idiot. That's just as well I didn't hit. I can't. Why can't I even go up? Okay. Way. Okay. How long does this mission go? What?
She's obviously previously referenced that women get
Where?
custody
What
of
do I
their
do?
children way more than men do.
Great.
And therefore, after divorces, a lot of the time it drives men to suicide. And then the funny thing about this is she's trying to blame divorces on women. It's always a women issue. Oh, well, women are more likely to cheat. Women are more likely to file for a divorce.
They are.
It's sending men into financial
They are.
disruption. It's sending them into mental health spirals.
They
And they
are.
kill themselves, and this is all at the fault of women, therefore probably
Yes.
the fault of feminism.
Yes.
Pearl is trying to make the claim that in parenting...
I can't believe this. This is gonna be great. This is the bit I shouldn't have been arguing with these fucking African people, but this is just what it does. It's what happens, you see. Okay. What's that? Damn. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god, how many are there? Oh, never mind. Oh, brilliant. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. Where are they? Where? Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay. 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 Is that it? Is the submission over? No, you want to add another 5 pieces to it? Are you sure? Are you really sure? Yeah? Oh, that was fucking crazy. I mean, how long have I been doing this? Like, yeah, it's getting close. I think that was a nice end to it. Oh, oh, Jesus. I'm gonna be sick, mate. I can't believe this. Did you see that? I'm gonna be actual sick. Dun, 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 So this is the classic like black and brown thing, because he was like, again, he didn't like the idea because he's crypto, so he said your NFT is retarded. If you make money from it, you're a loser. You probably only make it from you probably only make money from cryptos. It's just a Ponzi scheme for black and brown people. And he said, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but okay. So this is your classic like what they do. It's not really a flex because all it's showing is just I don't. Do you know what I mean? It's like in best, all it's showing is that you're unable to like make any kind of comprehension from what I've said to you. So you're basically just saying to me that from what I've given you, you're willing to admit that you just cannot fathom like a string of comprehension of what I've said. And this is what I'm saying to you. This is what happens when you have someone who's got an IQ like mine talking to people with IQs of like 80 or 90. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't speak to them on a level they'll understand because they don't get. When I say to them like, "Oh, money's not everything," they don't understand that. That's already like beyond them. If they saw like the way I'm living, they would just like post like they would say like I'm a poor boy and just they don't care that I'm happy and I'm content. They don't understand that. They'll just like make up some excuse that like I'm not as happy as I could be. But in all seriousness, I'm fine. Like I don't really desire much. I'm just happy I've got kids. I'm just able to hopefully be a role model in their life. Money's just a really, I don't know. It's just this thing that I just feel like too many people have got obsessed about, and that's the only metric. It's like the very Jewish thing, isn't it? They've done. They've just converted like intelligence into just. Because it's just an easy way for like black and brown people to just be able to like kind of boast. Okay. Done, 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 done. And that was just the mission that didn't quit. But this is just what the problem is. It's just someone like me that you just can't have. You just can't really go on the internet. Because everyone who goes, you know, like when they say that the internet's not a nice place, what they mean is it just means that it's generally just like black and brown people just bullying white people. That's why like they hide behind like these avatars because they just think if they don't like show they're white, they might get off it. But I don't care. I hate it. I hate this like just, and I know what they're doing. It just drives me up the wall a lot because a lot of the time when I do like argue with these people on like online. I know it's like nothing I said is the problem. It's just they just don't like the fact I'm white. And I think they don't like it that I just push back. I don't think they like the fact that, like, in 2026, the people are just being a little bit more open about it. It's that they're aware that there are probably going to be repercussions, and they know that the boomers are kind of now gone, and like the people like me who are going to be like the Gen Xers and the millennials who are going to be now taking the reins. We're just not really, we don't care. Because it's like I say, we would only feel like that if, again, like we'd been handed like this insane, uh, we got given the lives my parents did, where like in the 80s and stuff, they could just drive around in a white area. But like the fact that I'm even having to argue with black people online, you could argue is like that's a birthright. Why am I even having to do that? Why do I even have to go online and just like fucking argue with black people? You could just say, well, don't use social media, which is a good point. But I'm just saying, like, why should, even if I am on social media, why should I have to worry about that? Why is there no like geo block? Why can I just not ban it? Because I just know that if I'm white and I just know I'm gonna probably interact with people from like Africa, there's probably like a really good chance they're just gonna be antagonistic to me if I show my face. And if you're going to say, well, don't show your face, I'm going to say, no, I want to show my face. I just don't want to show my face and just get bombarded by loads of jealous black guys who are just going to call me ugly and just, like, make me feel bad about myself. Even though they don't show their face. Because they know that they all look like, probably like cuffums. And that's why they don't do it. Yeah, I just don't do it. I
In order to respond to the attack on the base, Cyclops has scrambled after being on standby. We'll head up too, once our planes are ready. Oh, and Labarth is dead. What did you say?
so this is the problem, is that it's just this is why like this sort of stuff's interesting. 'Cause I think it's showing really like who the people are that are just, they're not out to make the world better. For example, it's like I was always aware that there are just ways you can probably abuse the system, but you just don't do it because there's like a shame and there's a guilt behind it. But I just find that there's just low IQ people, and what they do is they like find out that there's a way to abuse the system, and they get angry if like someone finds out and like exposes it, because they're not smart enough to like do something which means they don't have to do that. And it's just, that's what I feel. It's like it's like, for example, if there was an ATM machine that I knew was giving out double the money that you asked for it to take out, but I knew that subsequently, by doing that, it was making the like overall area that I lived in worse off. I'm just like giving you an example. So as a result, I knew that the right thing to do would be to like tell them to stop that, because I didn't want everyone else to suffer from that. There would basically be like a small group of people who are like profiting the most off that, the ones who don't have any shame or any like guilt, and that will probably be like black and brown people, people with low IQs, who get really, really annoyed that you did that. They'll get really angry because they think that if you, by you doing that, you've now they've lost out on a way of doing that. And it's like there's a lot of like Indian stuff like that. And someone made a really good point about that. They said, why is it that we don't really ever get any they said, why is it that we don't really ever get like any, you know, you used to have like free samples and buy one get one frees, and like, you know, get a trial of stuff. And someone made a good point about it. Is again, it's because they've removed all of that like high trust stuff. Like I feel like the whatever the enemies of the West, or that one you want it to be, the Chinese, Russians, or the Jewish people, Muslims, America, Western nations into like low trust states, which they've now become. And that's just basically what we've just done. We've just found out that I don't know if they're necessarily low trust at the moment. They're probably just on like medium trust. This is what I think is the problem is that I think certain demographics, if like for example I'm interacting with another white person, I usually feel quite at ease. I'm not gonna feel like, I'm sorry if that sounds really bad, but like when I'm like walking down a street, if I know like the guy, if I like look around my shoulder and I see the guy is like a white guy, even if he looks a bit sketchy, I don't feel that bad. I just think like, I just know actually like from crime statistics, actually this is like the rumor that we had. Even him, I think that he'll probably still be on my side if like a black guy just started attacking me. I bet he would come to my help. Black guy wouldn't. If I got mugged by like another black guy, I'd probably join in. I'm not even kidding. I think I'm being super racist, but no. But I mean that's just what's happening, isn't it? It's just, it used to just be a lot more. But the point was, I think once they did start doing like free samples, you were just getting like loads of like who do you call it? Like probably Indians and people just going around, and they were just yeah, loads of Indians just going around, probably like driving to every single like, Dunkin' Donuts, and just like they'd have like 100 of the they would just, this is what they do. This is the sort of shits they would do. So I'll give you an example. It's just perfect. Let's just say they had a promotion where like Dunkin' Donuts, they said like bring this coupon in to get a free donut at any of our stores. Yeah, you're gonna think, oh, okay, well that's pretty innocent enough. Like, what's gonna happen with that? If you give that system to an Indian person, Yeah. This is what they would do. So the Indian person would find out whatever the coupon is that makes. Sorry, where can you get that coupon from? And it'll probably just end up being from maybe like a magazine. So maybe they probably just steal it, or they'll like rip it out of the magazine. They'll just like open up the magazine, they'll probably just tear that page out, and then they'll like cut out the coupon. And then what they'll do is they will probably just, I don't know, maybe they'll just like photocopy the they might even do that. They might even just photocopy the coupon. Because it probably didn't even back then even say like you needed to scan it or anything. It probably just was like an honorary thing. They probably just assumed that you just go in there and you're thinking, okay, what's that? So then what they do is they then print off like loads of different ones. So they'd have like 100. And then what they'd do is they'd probably go in like they'd get like a big van, and then they'd probably fill it up with like 10 of their like cousins and uncles and brothers and stuff. And they'd go and drive to every single Dunkin' Donuts in the city they're in, which might even be like, yeah, could even be like 4 or 5 different Dunkin' Donuts. And not only that, but they've also like told all of the other like Indians around them about this system, so they're all gonna do it. And this is exactly what happens. And it's just the perfect thing. You can just think this is exactly why Jewish people just have wanted them to come in here, because white people wouldn't do that, because it's just shameful. They'd be really shameful. What I mean by that is that you wouldn't even see it on Ed, and Neddy. So you remember Ed, and Neddy, that show which was all about like the free Eds just being like absolute like trying to like, I don't know, yeah, do the most. Just a lot of their methods were actually like really actually ingenious and deserved the core in my opinion. But for some reason they never were able to make one. But that was just a joke. But even they wouldn't resort to doing something as low as that, 'cause they just know that's just not even. It's not even funny. It's not even like. Do you see what I mean? Like in Ed, Neddy, it was just more of like they were trying to scam them, but there was like a little bit of like. That's what I'm saying to you. Like, when you almost watch it, part of me was almost like I think there was an episode where like, they make a fake rocket, and while they're in the rocket, they've got like they've got some kind of like projector thing, or not projector. It's like some kind of thing that's like moving a background, so it looks like they're like traveling across the earth, and then like Ed and Ed are like changing hats to pretend they're in different countries. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" You know, even if I knew that was fake, I'd give them. I gave a fucker like £5, like £5 this morning for just watching a video that I recommended, and he didn't even fucking like it. I gave him a fiver for that. You think I wouldn't give a fucking quarter to some twat who just made a fucking rocket out of wood and then like, put on a rocking horse from like one of those ones where ironically you even have to put money in it. So where did he get the money from? I don't know. I don't know how it worked. Or maybe it wasn't. I think he puts on like a popcorn maker or something like that. It was just there's some crazy magic. It was great. But anyway, that's why they stopped doing stuff like that, because they just know that this is what the Indians do. White people don't do it because they have, like I said, they have shame. They'd just be ashamed that if anyone who was white caught another white person doing what these Indians would do, your parents would be like, "What are you doing?" And you'd be like, "Well, I was going to go print off all these coupons." You're like, "Why? Why?" Well, I was going to get me and like 10 other of my mates, and we're going to go in a van, drive around all the Dunkin' Donuts, and just try and get like. It's like, no, don't do that. And like, why? It's like, well, I don't know, if you get caught by the police or something, or like one of the staff recognizes you or something, it'd be really shameful if they like call you out. And you'd be like, it's like, yeah, in fact, no, I don't want you to do that. I forbid you from doing that. Like, please don't do that. And then you probably like because they're your dad, and you probably just trust them. You just go, okay, I'm sorry about that. And you're like, no, it's all right. Just don't do that, because then it's not really the point. Because you even as a person, a consumer, you're aware that you just don't really do that. It's the same with like pirating stuff. Really, it's like You get like people like Mutahar, some audio gamers, and he'll just be like, "Oh god, yeah, just when GTA 6 comes out, just fucking pirate that. Don't fucking give these white motherfuckers any money." Because this is how he works. This is what these Indians do. They don't care about fucking money. The integrity. They just want everything for free. They think you're an idiot. They think if you can pirate stuff, or you could pay for it, why would you pay for it? That's literally what they think about. They just think, why would you pay for it? Like when I'm playing this game, why am I paying for it? If I could just download this for free, that's why those Indians just think I'm probably an idiot. They just think, why am I an idiot? Sorry, I'm an idiot because I'm paying for stuff. And this is the difference between Western and just like black culture and brown culture. White people just, money isn't everything. They just don't, for them it's like other things. Or they don't mind like just, I guess, giving people money and just being like, it's alright, you know? But yeah, it should be taxed. Alright, let's listen, because I want to hear what Katie was saying.
Usually it's women that get custody and not men, and then Anna came with some stats to say actually that's not true. It's usually 50-50. Maybe sometimes it is more in favor of women, but Pearl was claiming that.
Ready for an upgrade?
Pearl was,
Trade in your old phone and save on Google Pixel 9a.
Look, that it is always, for the most part, women that get custody of children, which is obviously a narrative that we see all the time. Anna used to...
I don't think that's true. Yeah, mothers automatically have parental responsibility and often kind of main care. And this is what I mean. It's like Kay has no experience in this. I do. So again, we're talking a bunch of idiots who don't even have kids. None of these people have kids. I don't even know if Anna has kids. But I've been through it, and it is. Women just get like an absolute bias. They're usually the primary caregiver. And then also not only that, but it's just unfavorable logics unfavorable like things you can do where women can just claim a myriad of different things, and because like we live in 2026 where women want to be treated like men, which means they get all the rights that men do, but then they're allowed to still reclaim all like the privileges of women, such as being like victims. They can just say like, oh, he's a covert narcissist, or so it's just some really like it's shit that no one can really prove, and some reason that's allowed. And not only that, Katie, do you want to know something else horrible? Women can lie in court. So you know, like lying in court, what's that referred to? It's normally referred to as contempt. You know why that's really bad? Because you normally swear on a Bible. So normally you're given like this premise that usually lie in court is really bad because you're like lying. But anyway, women can get away with that. There's some kind of like weird like thing where if women kind of like make up allegations that are just not true, I suppose that's the question. It's that they just say allegations, even if they're proven to just be false. They're not like taken as like they're not allowed to be like used to kind of like disparage their overall argument. That you have to treat that as like, oh, what's the word they say? They say it on the back of like when you have receipts. If you like complain to them, then I'm not allowed to like be. You're not allowed to be. So like if you like, so for example, I'm trying to say, so like if you make a complaint to your boss at work and then they get scolded for it by like an independent party, he can't hold that grudge against you. That's basically what I mean. Because that's the law. That's the rule basically. Because otherwise, it's like you're not allowed to just like victimize people if they come out and complain about you. I could probably argue that that is long housing. That is probably still too much long housing because this is what I mean. This is the problem we just have. It's like being a CEO in like 2026 is so shit. It's just no fun anymore. It's like come into the office and there's all these women in there. I'm not allowed to like talk or say anything really inappropriate to them. People are like, well, why would you do that anyway? Well, why does work even have to just exist? Why can't we just have fun at work? Why? Because millennials just want to be victimized. Katie just wants to be victimized all the time. Katie wants to be upset that men find women attractive. I don't like that.
Stats to say that actually women get custody 40% of the time, men get custody 20%, and then it's shared for the other 40%.
That's what I mean. None of these people know what they're talking about.
Which, like you said, is ideal. I think shared custody. I think most people would agree that shared custody is the most ideal situation, considering and hoping the fact that neither of the parents are abusive or suffering from extremely bad mental health or anything that would mean that you shouldn't be looking after children. And then Pearl's response is to say, well, after divorce, men kill themselves. I'm struggling to see how that relates. Obviously, not something that anybody thinks is a good thing. It's not that women are glazing over the fact that men's suicide rates are really high. The reason why a lot of people are glazing over it is because it's only brought up when women usually bring up their own issues. When women talk about the patriarchy, it's like, yeah, but men kill themselves more. And it's like, why can't you show concern for men's suicide rates separate to women's issues? I feel like a lot of people would appreciate that a lot more, because it's not that women don't care about men's suicide rate, really. Like, if you actually talk to them about it, they just don't care to hear, oh, men's suicide rate is really high, as soon as women open up about some issues that they're struggling with.
It's weird. That's very. I was just giving her like, the benefit. She might even still do it, but I was very carefully like listening to like what she was saying. She never invokes at this point. Women love to say "I feel" and "I think," but during that whole soliloquy there, or whatever she was going on about diatribe, she was very, very like careful not to really ever emphasize what she thought about like the male suicide. She kept referring to it as like what women would say. So it was interesting. So again, it's like what Brittany Venti did. Women are really good at doing this. They know when to attach themselves and detach themselves to things. And it works on, again, like a lot of like Katie's like fans who maybe probably, again, like the people I'm arguing with on X. This is the difference. This is the difference. Me, straight white man, if we lived in a perfect utopia, if you want to be honest, how Katie gets treated is how I should be treated. I should have loads of like simps. There should be loads of people like being like, I want to be like you. I want to be like you, and I should be like sat there flexing and be like, and all these like black and Indian dudes should be like just like wanting to like literally suck my dick. I'll be like, no, I don't want that, but they should want to do that. But they don't want to do that because it's a pride thing. They're not going to do that. Of course not. They hate me. Katie though, she's actually getting all the attention I should get because all the third worlders want to fuck her. So that's why she gets her like she's getting pumped up. All the Indians and black people are like pumping her brain up, so she thinks she's like worthy to come out on the top stage. But then she meets people like me, and then this is what happens: is like I am never going to be big. I'm like Sam Hyde. I know like people are going to like to say like how dare you say that, but it's true. There's people like me who I'm too radical. I'm too far. I'm like too far right. It's like the same as Sam. Sam Hyde's okay because he met and there's no right. He deserves it. I got no problem with it. But I'm just saying it for me because I'm starting off. It's just way too difficult because it's just no one's ever. I'm not going to get on any platform because The only people, honestly, who are going to follow me will probably be straight white men. And they're not really going on here. That's not the main audience. The people on these websites are mostly going to be black and Indian people because the straight white men are like going out there and doing stuff. Me? You don't even want to know my story. But yeah, no, Kay's kind of wrong. There's so many biases women getting caught. Where do we begin? So, for example, and I'm talking from the UK. So I don't, as a bloke, I didn't get free legal aid. In the UK, you don't get free legal aid. In the US, you do. That's actually one of the few things that US get you over. You don't get free healthcare in the US, but you get free legal care. Is there something we can say about that? I think there definitely is. But anyway, input. And then that's actually when you realise that's the trade-off you do, because the cost of a lawyer is about the same as I'd expect that you probably do get fleeced when you're over in America. If you like go and break your leg and you get in a car, you probably do have to pay the same amount as I ended up having to pay for my fucking lawyer. Like we're talking into like the tens of thousands of dollars, like pounds, not dollars, pounds. Like that was how much I had to pay just to get a fucking barrister and a lawyer to like represent me and stuff. And Katie's gonna say again, like, so basically what happened with me is my wife knew how to, ex-wife knew how to play the system. She didn't want to do mediation. She wanted full custody of the kids. She even actually offered that I wouldn't pay custody, alimony, so if she had full custody, but I said, fuck that, you're never gonna get that. Those kids are worth more than all the diamonds in India. See, she didn't like that. So then she kept pushing. So she got like a drug and alcohol test. And I said, bring it on, sweetheart. Come on, bring it on, sweet cheeks. You think I'm scared of that? You think I'm scared of you, Katie? You think I'm scared of you and calling the police to come do like a phone check? You can do that if you want. If you want to check my hard drives, come for it. Like Jesus said, I got nothing to hide. I don't know how Jesus said it. I don't have any CSAT on my phone. I bet Katie probably does though. I said allegedly. Passed it. They're like, what have we got? We haven't got anything to lay on him, but he's too normal. Okay, I've got an idea. So she like just made up some like false, and it just, this is why it's just women are just dumb. Because I was like talking with my dad as well. My dad is about, he's probably, yeah, he's on the same like IQ as me. And we were just both talking, and at this point we both like gave up on our lawyer because we probably both realised we're smarter than the lawyer that we had. We'll just do it ourselves. Because you can do that. You can actually represent, and I did represent myself in court because it didn't matter. You actually don't need a lawyer there. I know that sounds really arrogant, but you don't. The second time I hired a lawyer, she didn't do anything. It was during COVID, and we had to have a remote call. She was like 15 minutes late. She turned up for the last 5, and all she had to basically just say was like she was present. And at the end of it, I literally looked at my dad. So I can't believe I just paid like £800 for that. There's nothing I can do about it. We just said we're never doing it again, and that's it. Never doing it again. Like next time they said, "Do you want to represent yourself?" I said, "Yeah, I'll just do it myself." I just did. I just learned, like, just brought in like a card. And I just knew exactly when to say things, when to say, and that's fine. I'm sorry that it make lawyers trivial, but that I did. I actually did. But yeah, so that was the second time. Then she realized that's what I was going to try and do. That's what she realized I was going to do. So what she did was It's funny when I say it, but it's not. Um, she did. She made a claim where I was a witness, and because I was a witness, I wasn't able to represent myself, so I had to have a barrister. And I was like, oh my god. So this is what Kay doesn't understand: is there are these little like situations where if women are in the know, they can actually fuck you. And Kay doesn't understand that because she's just like listens to I don't know some Indian her Professor Wigner. But honestly, it's true. It's like if there are women who know like how the inner circle works, they can get really fucked. And then that's what happened. I had to like end up paying another like 3 grand for a barrister to represent me, who was again just another woman. Because they're all women for some reason. Because they're all like in there to just that's the whole point. Just there to just ruin each other and just like grind, just cheese grate money off the man. They all just want like all the women, just the liberal women, to just like get divorced and just like cheese grate money off the guy. And when I paid for my barrister, she recognized my ex-wife's lawyer or her barrister, and they started being like really pally, and they were like talking about like, and I actually reprimanded. I said because I don't like that. I don't want you to just be like pally, and you're gonna like both like settle on some um whatever. You need to be representing me. You need to be fighting for me. And she actually like pulled. She actually like said like I don't like the way you're talking to me, and she said something like, you know, I do reserve the right to just not represent you or something. Like that. I had to like my dad like he was there. He was like, I'm sorry. I had to. He like, but I was just like, this is just what's happening now. Like this is the humiliation ritual. This is the longhousing. I've got like women telling me this is my fucking ex-wife is for some reason able to just even just have custody of my children while dragging me through the coals for legally. My dad didn't have to deal with this because for some reason no fault divorce didn't happen until like fucking like 1999 or whatever. So even my mum could even have the option to do it anyway. My grandparents obviously didn't have to do that. And they could fucking hit their wives back then. But for some reason, I'm like the first generation where women are just allowed to like just do anything they want. So this is just weirdly what they'd end up doing is just they realize they can just divorce their husbands because they don't really give a shit. Get like a third of his money for the rest of his life because there's kids, and just treat the kids as a giant meal ticket because that's what they do. But again, Katie won't know that because she doesn't have her kids. She doesn't go. And even if she has kids, and even if she went through the process, she's not going to say anything bad about it because she's a woman. She's going to be like, it's Kafkas were able to just identify that immediately that my ex-husband was a covert narcissist, not by any proof, just by complete anecdotal words I'm saying, and that's actually what happens in court. You actually realize there's certain things in court where women don't need proof with anything to do with like sexual. Again, and if your ex-wife knows that, and she knows that if you bring up like sexual harassment, even if it's not true, she then doesn't actually need evidence because these are what's happening. We're learning that you can just like accuse people of but luckily she didn't. She actually didn't do that. I think that's because people would actually. I'm not gonna. picture of Ice Spice. She's so unattractive. I just can't even. I think the most offensive thing you can probably say to a woman. I'm not even kidding. As a man, the most unattractive thing you can actually say to a woman is I couldn't masturbate to you. I think that probably is the most the horrible thing you could say to a woman. It's like because I know how women work. It's attention and like sexual value. If you just went up to a woman and just said, I honestly can't get an erection to you. Like, you could not even rape me. I think that's what women know. Is women secretly know there are men that they can't rape because they won't be able to get hard onto them. But they're just like some fat women I just wouldn't be able to like fuck because they're just really horrible. There's just some black women I wouldn't be able to fuck just because I wouldn't be able to get hard on. People might be able to say you could probably. I don't know. Maybe. But I'm just saying in general, if I'm like sober and I'm okay, like drugging's different, but whatever.
And also, Pearl, you probably don't even give a. You just know that this is going to get you like praise from men. That's the simple reality of it. And then Anna asks, well, what about the suicide rates of women? Because you're claiming that men's are really, really high after divorce, but she can't even say how many women kill themselves. It's just, a lot lower. Okay, are we meant to take your word for it? Is that how a debate works?
Really? What is it?
Again, she doesn't again give her opinion of what she thinks. She doesn't personally think there's a problem. She's just annoyed because she hasn't been able to ask Hannah's question. And this is just what I mean. So you got to listen really carefully, because my point would be, okay, why are you just not considerate of like that anyway? Like just even if she isn't right, why are you just angry about that? Don't you feel in a utopia there just should be zero suicides from both parties? So why are we even like arguing like I guess like the semantics of just like the answers? You see what I mean? And this is just what I mean. It was like when you're arguing with people who, I don't know, they're probably not triple like you. I can't. You can't do it because your output is so different. What I need in life is different. What I require to function in life is different from what, say, Katie needs. To her, what she needs is social validation, money, probably like sex. She probably needs like the dopamine from like orgasms. Probably buying stuff. I think she's mentioned that. Yeah, just that women just love to like, just buy arbitrary shit. That's why she got loads of toys and stuff. So those are kind of like her main like things in life. For me, I like peace. I like laughter. I like to just laugh a lot. I don't like to really dwell on things that are negative, even if things are like I'm arguing with people. Generally, I'm laughing, but I do like to, yeah, just generally kind of be in like a good state. I just think if you're just happy and laughing, you're probably gonna be a good time. Just like my children and just like making sure they're okay. Not compromising my morals for anything. And just being being in good health and probably just being able to sleep and just that sort of stuff. Those are kind of it. I know a lot of dudes. That's it. You don't need. There's just certain types of people who want to have like the mansions and things. That's people who are just insecure and they ruin it for everyone because they just want to have as much as they can.
Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it? Okay. Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should
I didn't
shack
say
up.
that.
You did say that with
I did
Trent
not say
Horn.
that.
Word for word, you said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend, instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing. The best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock.
It's just, I get it, and I don't hate Pearl because in a way It's I get it. You're not a debater. It's just tough. I just don't know why she did it. But then I actually didn't think she would choke that bad. I'll be honest. I don't know what. Because when I actually saw the lineup, I was like, that probably sounds like it could be. I think I was just being pessimistic. But then when I actually heard her like choke, I was like, what's happened? Because I've seen her being on like other people's podcasts and stuff, and she's able to hold her own. For some reason, I'm not sure if it's just at that moment she couldn't handle it. But I get it. Um, because there's a different set of skills that you need. When you're debating, it's not even necessarily the integrity of what you're saying. It's just more, are you able to use certain techniques to psych out your opponent? And that's, I think, what's happened is Pearl's kind of done that, the taboo, and I've learned that because as an autistic person, like I got advice that was sometimes just write a script down and just read it out, and that does work. And when that works, I'll tell you when it works. It works when you're doing like Pearl's like videos, which she does. So Pearl does like her like daily videos and all streams, but I can tell like there are moments where she's just literally reading off script. Like the smart people can just tell because it's so obvious. The problem being is that does not work in debates. You can't read off a script. You can read off a teleprompter if you're like doing a speech. That's okay, but you can't really do it if you're doing a debate because people are going to ask questions, and you can predict what the people might ask, but then that almost never works. I've always found that it never ever works, and I think that's just an experience thing. Because like I remember like autistically doing that. You just think like I've got like I draw like a script or a speech, and I'm gonna think of every single question I could possibly like if they're gonna say. So like, I'm just gonna like if they say this, turns this, or blah blah blah. But anyway, it never goes like that. So you just have to like learn a different style, which is then where this is where Anna's that's probably just overtaken. It's just she's learned she hasn't got so much on the facts. The only real thing she's sort of being Pearl on is just dismant. She's basically just like leaving Pearl to hang herself because she's just dismantling the. But Pearl could have very easily have just um won that back if she just had a bit more sort of she just got to push back more and just sort of said like just maybe just said like oh why do you always need this stuff, why is that so important to you, you can I think Pearl just like choked, she just got like nervous so she stopped. But
he's my foundation, and no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of.
and again, like this is what I'm saying is just um even if that's the case, I don't know like how good looking this dude is, because this is the fallacy. This is the thing. And women do this a lot as well. Because you got to remember, even if I'm going to speak to this Anna woman, she's probably just going to lie. It happens so much, but they just like you just be like I'd ask her like, yeah, but what does your husband look like? And she'll probably like make out that he's like some absolute ugly like dwarf dude. And you'll see a picture of him, and he'll be like this absolute, like, super good looking, like 6'6", like pro athlete. And you just think, yeah, women will take a punt on that because they know that their kids will be good looking. That's the truth reality. This is another thing the Jewish people have like tried to psyops you on. It's if you look rugged and good looking, women will be happy to breed with you because at least they know their kids are going to be like attractive. And also, women like to have sex with men they find attractive. I know that sounds really crazy. Can you believe that? But it's true. Strangely, women actually want to have sex with men they find like attractive. It's really bizarre that they want to do that. I know we've been taught that they don't. And it's all it's all how you act, but it's absolutely true. Just somehow they thought in caveman times that's what you did. Like, cavemen had rears, and they were like Indian cavemen were going up to them and go like, it's not. No, they don't. You just want to fuck. SpongeBob gay pants. Alright, I mean, I need to stop singing. I'm almost like streaming as long as.
How tall is he? Oh, he's 6'1", about your height. None, I don't want kids. I don't.
Let's not do shouting questions.
So there you go. So she said he's 6'1". So again, immediately, if I was Pearl, I would have snapped back and said, "Oh, well, there you go. So he is Chad." And then she'd be like, "No." And I'd be like, "Oh, so wait, you're not saying your dad?" And this is what I'm saying. This is like how you would do it. This is how you'd fuck with her. Because then she knows that at this point she's got to be careful. She can't disparage her husband because he is tall, and that is a stereotype. That's oh wow, it's like Brett Cooper. It's like it just so happened my husband's just like really tall, and also just so happens to have like 6 million, like a massive multi-million. It's like oh, so classic. No. I just pick all the people who just don't fit me. Kai Cenat's moving to Africa to start a new chapter in his life. Oh, I mean, I just think there's some turbulent times coming up. I think I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, mate.
Questions from there, please, Lil.
This is the interesting thing, listening to the audience heckle and say things like, how many kids did you give him? It makes you realise what the audience of these types of debates is. Now, as much as I like the fact that Anna is up there kind of challenging Pearl on her beliefs, at the end of the day, the audience hate both of them. The men in the audience, they hate Pearl too. Pearl thinks that men love her because she has these pick-me opinions. They might warm more...
So Pearl, the people who love Pearl, they're black men. And what basically has happened is she's her esteem is so low, she doesn't think she can attract any white men, so she just goes for black men. It's really sad. She's basically autistically shown us what society thinks of like what ugly women should have.
Or to your beliefs, they still don't like you. Men that like what you say don't like you because you are a woman. It doesn't matter whether they prefer your ideologies or not. They still look down on you. Similar to when you get gay people in the LGBT community who say, oh, well, I'm gay, but like I don't... Like, I'm not one of those gays. Like, I'm not camp or anything. And it's like, you're not special because you're not camp. You're not special because you don't celebrate pride. You're not special or liked more by homophobic people because you sit on the sidelines and go, yeah, I like cock, but, like, I'm not gay like that. No, they still are homophobic. They still don't like you as a gay person. They still don't like you. They may use you as a scapegoat and be like, oh, yeah, well, this gay person says they hate camp people, so I can say it. That's what they use Pearl as. This sits there and admits that, you know, they don't deserve rights and they shouldn't vote. So I can say it too. They don't like you. They don't respect you. They don't see you as a human. That's the reality of these kind of... What Anna is saying here is that Pearl pushes this agenda that actually marrying women doesn't benefit you because they're probably going to divorce you anyway. And what Anna is saying, well, when I met my husband, he was in a worse off place. We got married. He's now in a better place because I married for love and not money, which is true. If they had not have married and they had just kind of shacked up together and lived together, maybe the outcome would not have been the same. I would say as well in this situation, not that this is what matters, I think Anna's husband has benefited massively actually from marriage because she was the breadwinner and is the breadwinner, it seems, and she had her...
It's just kind of moot though, because she's just an exception. And this is just the other thing that we just seem to find is that you can't do that. You can't just take someone like Anna, who's an exception, or again, like someone like Brett Cooper, and just be like, well, look, see, here's a couple of people who are like happily married, so therefore everyone. It's not. Because these are like people who are not in, they're not normal people. Anna Kasparian, I don't believe she is a normal person. She isn't. She's not a traditional woman. The fact that she's arguing and debating a woman is very like masculine. It's not very like traditional at all. It's not. And then she's also like earning money. That's just something like no normal people make. So it's not. It's just absolutely not a normal situation. So if she's married to her husband or not, it's just I don't think that's giving you the true um and like the average, is it? It's not what it's normally having, is it? This is just a it's like it's almost like comparing looking at like Kim Kardashian's marriage, and you're just like you're like trying to like base everyone's like situation on that. You're like, well, I was married to someone and I had a sex tape, and then I got married to a fucking rapper, and we had loads of kids. So it's just what it is. Like, yeah, but that's not normal. That's just she's not like the average person who's going through that, where it's a lot more different because men and women usually both have to work. What happens is if they both get married, that means that like the wife has to go off to work, and what happens is they end up at some point down the line they might have a boss or someone that is a man, and this is just where they start getting like interested because they're just interested in power, and they know that this guy gets like paid like more than your husband does. So well, yeah, she'll just try and like do something. Right? It's just what we're gonna do.
life sorted out before he did. rejected. Not that it's about that, but Pearl's advice, she believes that, like, oh, in every single situation, what I'm saying is true. Now, I'm not saying that in some scenarios, maybe marriage was just not a good idea. I think we can all agree, for example, that if somebody is actually a gold digger, right, and they get into a marriage and then they divorce, the man probably was better off not marrying her, of course. It's whataboutism, though. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, there are probably scenarios where both genders don't benefit from marriage and it probably wasn't a good idea. They are separate kind of incidents that you look at individually rather than generalizing marriage.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
What happens? What happens, Anna?
how many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens
I don't know
to
what the
men when
number
they
is,
don't
but the idea that there's like a
happens to men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%.
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really,
pay child support?
only 60% of child payments paid out.
You gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't?
What kind of dumb-ass take is this? Yeah, men pay child support. It takes two to have a baby. And I'm assuming she's talking about when women have custody of the kid, the man has to pay child support. Yeah, the woman's taking care of the baby. Something that men in this manosphere, right-wing ideology, nonsense, a corner of the internet believe that women should be doing, taking care of their children. Yeah, the bare minimum is you pay child support. Well, okay, don't have a baby if you can't pay child support. It's kind of funny. Oh no, are men sad that they get in trouble for not paying for their own child? Oh.
A child support following a divorce. Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100%?
Yeah, but this is the problem because men aren't seeing their kids. That's not always the situation. Even if they pay the alimony, they're not seeing their kids. This is the thing you don't understand. And I know it's different in the US because in the US you actually can go to prison if you can't pay it. But I'm just saying that you get men who just aren't able to see their kids. But even if they can, it's like they're paying a lot of money and they see them like 2 days every 14 days. Do you think that's fair? Do you think it's fair that, like, you, as a parent, you get to see your kids like 2 times out of like a week, a fortnight? And even then, it's like really awkward because you'll have to like pick them up Friday night, and you've got to like drop them off like Sunday evening. So that means like you basically get them like Saturday the whole day, and then you get them like Friday for like until about like 5 o'clock. So you get them for like, yeah, like 2 nights, and then like the rest of the time they're with their mum or they're at home or whatever. And again, you're like, if you're gonna argue, well, mum has to go to work, you're not asking the right questions. Because if we changed the way we did things with like immigrants and the taxes and stuff, you could do it. So even if that situation arose, a mum could just stay at home. But no, you don't want that. You'd rather the mum just goes to work for some reason because you want women to work. So you'd rather mum just goes to work so that your kids can get raised and, well, they would still have to go to school, but in preschool and stuff. And that's the other problem as well. Like, women, they're like that. They're like, well, women have got to work too. And it's like, well, you could stay married, but you don't want to because for some weird reason you just want to break up. And it's like, why do you want to break up? We're not happy. Well, okay, so what? That's the problem with marriages. It's like, actually, you got loads of people on. You just stayed together for the kids, but you don't because you're just fucked. You just want to like fuck some like black guy in like China or something.
Facts wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter
divorces.
if you're part of the 10%.
It does matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
The tender years doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to...
Like the graphics are great. It's like it's this open interrogation. It's like fire in the background. There's like a picture of Pearl. It just looks so fucked.
Go a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out. She has no job. She has no income. So you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids?
60%,
so she can pay.
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean,
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye. You spend money on Botox. You spend money.
You should think about it.
That was funny. Be higher. Because she's just kind of able to just. But this is what I'm saying. This is just different, though. This is the different type of stuff you have. Because I probably be good at debating. Because the lot of debating is just about that. It's just like trying to chip away people's characters. Just but if they're gonna say like wrong words or they're gonna utter and stuff, you can just call them out on that. So like if Poe ever like starts, I'll just be like, "What's the matter? You can't pronounce stuff right." Just it's stuff like that. You're just gonna psych them out.
This is the clip that I saw, and I just wanted to say one thing. First of all, I don't condone that response. A lot of people being like, friendly fire, but like, no, there's nothing funny about contributing to patriarchal beauty standards, telling women that they should have Botox and age better. I don't find that funny. I don't find that productive. It actually backfires on a lot more women than just Pearl, promoting this idea that in order to, be...
Yeah, I mean, look at fucking Katie with all her tattoos and her stupid scarab tattoo. It looks fucked. What's happened to you? Like, who taught you? Who told you that's good? I just don't know what happened to you.
Beautiful, you have to have Botox and dye your hair so your hair isn't grey or whatever the point was, It's not funny to tell women to have Botox. It's something actually that we're trying to get away from. We're trying to accept the idea of aging gracefully. I understand, like...
No one's saying that. No one cares. You know the type of people who don't care. I'm going to be really honest with you. People who don't care about that, it's like mums. If you find like a mum who's had like a kid, like about 5 or 6 children, she doesn't care. She just won't care. She'll just probably grow up and just become like a fat, ugly woman. But it doesn't matter because she's had kids, so she doesn't care. Her job's over now. She doesn't need to like be attractive now. The only people who need this are like fucking like these loser women who just are still single or like 30 or 4 years old. If you've had kids, you don't care because once you've like done it, it's fine.
She probably thought, well, the moment's there, let me get it, but I don't find that particularly funny. However, I will also say that Pearl doesn't actually seem prepared for any of these answers whatsoever. She just goes, well, women spend more, so that's why men shouldn't pay child support. I think what she's trying to say is if women file for a divorce and then they get custody of the kid for whatever reason, why should men pay child support? But my answer would be, if caring about your child is conditional to the point where you go, well, if I'm not allowed to see the child, then I'm not paying for it, then you're not a very good parent. Yes, it would suck if you aren't allowed to see your child for a reason that isn't fair. If there's genuinely no reason for the courts to have ruled in favour of the mum, then I agree that isn't fair. I don't think that it should be. It should be 50-50. To sit there and then be like, well, if they don't get custody, then why should they give the child money? That's ridiculous. Because then it's like, well, how much do you actually care about your child? Separate those issues. It's not the kid's fault that the kid isn't now allowed to see you. You should still be paying for your child. That is the bare minimum. I don't get what...
It just doesn't. Yeah, that's it. See, it's just. I don't know. It's not really because the best thing for the child is that they see both of you. That's just ultimately the truth. It's just a myriad of things that women can say, And this is the problem with women, alright, is that they all go on this consensus that everyone's going to be on their best behavior. This is not true. You remember the donut analogy I said? That's just true. It's just people lie. They just love to lie. They just love to lie.
I was trying to argue for here. I sure am.
You spend money all of the time.
Yeah.
So you wanted to be.
I sure am.
You spend money all of the time.
Yeah.
So you wanted to be men. Here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the cost on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all,
It's
why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
There
has
was a
feminists
study.
been? I've been
Let me
at
answer your
20
question, even
different-
though I should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question.
Another thing that I don't quite understand is that these people, like Pearl, they always push this idea that actually there's maternal instincts that mean that women should be having babies and staying home with their kid. They push that all the time. Women should have babies. That's what they're for. They've got tits, they've got hips,
This is where like the psyops, this is what happens, brilliant. You can like see like Kay would have gone into do her. I can't remember what fucking course she said she did. It was some bullshit. It was something actual bullshit. It was like social studies or something like that. And be like, Katie, Matt, you do not need to go out and have babies. Whiter babies are not the best babies in the world. Black and brown babies, they are the best babies ever in the world. So whatever you do, do not spend all of your time making 8 babies. Because remember, white people, they are the ones that are like the lowest in all the demographic. Ergo, which is a Katie word, you should not sit down and make 8 babies. African woman, she make 8 baby. Muslim woman, she make 8 baby. India woman, she make 8 baby. White woman, no. You go out there and tell everyone what exactly it is you need to do. And that's like what Kay's doing. She's just fooling with it.
meant to have children. And women should be spending time with their kids and not pursuing careers. Like Pearl advocates for women to not be able to have the vote. Right?
Hey, how many Muslim women do you know who have careers? Muslim mothers who have careers? How many black women do you know who have careers? They don't, because they know the system, dude. You're a fucking idiot. Kay's been suckered to like let black and brown people tell her what to do, and all it's done is she's just become like a jerk off sleeve. She's become a fuck puppet.
Right? So what is it that you want? Do you want women to stay at home and look after the children? Or do you want women to go out and have jobs and put their kid in daycare? The interesting thing is these people only want women to stay home and have children because they like the idea of that option being stripped away from them. They don't actually believe that it's better for the kid. They just want to control women. Because in these scenarios, they're saying, if the kid's in daycare, then the kid can go be with the dad. So which one is it? Should the woman be alone with the kid all the time while the dad goes out and works? Or when divorces happen and women are left with the kid, do you all of a sudden think...
Why do you want your child to be indoctrinated by people who aren't the parents. It's weird, Key. I don't get it. It's just, again, it's this logic of you don't have kids, you don't understand. I just don't get it. Why, once you have kids, I don't know why you don't want to be with them. It's weird, okay? It's weird. If you're a woman and you're meant to be maternal and that's what you think, you're weird.
Oh, actually, well, there should be a 50% custody, because the dad should also be able to have access to the child. Because surely in that scenario, they'd go, okay, you know what, yeah, you look after the kid, I'll pay child support, and I'll...
Yeah. That's exactly it. That's exactly how it should work. But should and what does happen are very different. They're modal verbs they're not different. We all should pay taxes. We should all not commit crime. But no, that's not what happens. And this is exactly what's happening. A lot of men are just getting gypped by it. They can't afford to even fucking pay for like the ability to even get like custody of the children written in something, because the mum doesn't just want to go and work something out in mediation. She doesn't want to do that. You just get some women who just are so bitter and vitriolic. They don't want to do that. And if you're going to say, well, that's probably because you've done something. It's not. Just believe it or not, Kate, sometimes men just don't do stuff. Why is it so hard to believe a woman can just be evil and just do that? Can you not believe there's a woman that can do something like that, ever? If you never heard of a woman in history who's ever done anything so bad, where you just thought, oh, God, that's bad. That can happen. That can happen. And it happens a lot. So women aren't held accountable for stuff.
And I'll go out and work and do what men are meant to do. It doesn't make any sense.
All
You
right.
can't be both at once.
I need to go to sleep.